Hello everybody and welcome. Let's do a live stream. You guys know the routine. I've got to get my laptop set up right here so I can monitor chat. So I'll do that right quick. Hopefully I'll do that right quick. I'm trying to figure out where. It's always hard for me to figure out. There it is. Okay, got it. Okay, I gotta throw a quick message into the chat right here. All right, there we go. And then I'm going to pull it down just a little bit more so I can see if anybody joins, starts viewing or watching the live stream. Not necessarily joining the chat. Some people don't join the chat. I've only had a couple people join chat so far, but that's okay. Now I will tell you, our last episode was awesome because we were able to buy equipment. Let's jump in here. I've got my laptop set up, got my welcome message in chat. I got to change this light right here. I had to use it so I could see the keyboard on my laptop. All right, now I don't need the keyboard on the laptop because I can just talk to anybody that comes in. Still kind of trying to fine tune like the positioning of where I want my laptop and stuff like that. I kind of got it figured out. It's working out pretty good. I do wish I could move like the information panel that tells me how many people are viewing and stuff like that. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, so far it's working okay. And sometimes it pops up on my TV. Let's jump in here. Sometimes it pops up on my TV. As you can see, we are playing on Calmlands. It'll pop up on my TV that, you know, one person is watching, two people are watching. I have had up to 4 watching. That's the maximum I've had so far is 4 people watching. At least that's what YouTube is telling me, that 4 people are watching. And like I said, I have had 2 people in chat, but not at the same time. So the most I've had in there at any given time is only 1 person. Let's go in here. I want to show you what we did yesterday. We bought some stuff. We have $90,000 left in our bank account. We will be using this right here. This is a sunflower seed. I'll show you. We bought this setup right here, tractor and all. This is a fertilizer tank, our tractor. And we just bought this tractor because it was cheap. We may change the wheels on it at some point, but for right now, those are working, but we may change the configuration. And then we have a planter back here on the back, which will hold sunflowers, corn, and soybeans. And that's actually perfect. That's exactly what we want it to do. Well, actually, I think it might hold. Let's jump in there for a second, because it might hold other sunflowers, soybeans, sugar beets, cotton, corn. Okay, and we just got through doing sunflowers, so this tractor, the whole 9 yards, is for that big field that you see right there. That is going to be our corn and sunflower field. We have sunflowers in it right now. Every 4th rotation we'll do soybeans. And soybeans is our cash crop. So we will use soybeans on every 4th rotation, providing I don't forget to do that. I am real bad about not changing the seed type in my seeders and my planters, and I'll take off in a field and I'll be putting the wrong crop. So I haven't done that, but just for a brief instant, and I caught myself and was able to correct it quick enough that it didn't hurt us any on this live stream, but we have had that problem. And then over here in that field over there, we put oats. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we put oats in that field. So we don't have anything ready to go right now. We're going to go sleep until tomorrow. But I wanted to show you, we bought that, so we got that equipment right there. Let's just go down this way. I like to run, guys. I run a lot of places. Instead of driving a tractor, I just run. It seems to be just as fast, actually. We bought this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where did I put it? I thought I put it over here. Did I put it way over here? Oh, I might have put it over here. Let's go see. We've got canola growing here. Ooh, scared up some birds. Let's come across this way. Maybe I put what else we bought over here. It is. That's right. A corn header. So we can harvest our sunflowers and our corn. And that will work with our top liner, the harvester, the green one. It's too bad we couldn't repaint the header to make it green, but that's okay. We'll take what we got. And then let's go over here. We bought one more thing. I think that's all we bought, one more thing. Now, there's a few things that we want to get yet. I probably will want to get another tractor at some point, but we do not need that right now. We have everything we need for the moment, except land. But I want to show you this. This is awesome. And I was really glad that we were able to get this and the tractor, the planter, you know, everything we needed for that, and the header for the harvester. Look at this. This is awesome. Let's look at it from this side. Yeah. That's my favorite rig right there, guys. My favorite color combo and everything. Got purple smoke. And one thing I had never noticed until yesterday when I bought this thing, we even have the Road Runner on the flappers. The flappers are Road Runners. That's so cool. And this trailer right here, it will hold 250,000 liters. And that's really why I wanted it. This is an awesome setup. So we got everything we need, guys. And this is a big soybean field. I am hoping we're going to be harvesting that today. We're going to run over here. We're going to go to our RV. And we're just going to sleep until tomorrow. Get the clock, you know, advance that clock. Now, the last thing I did before I left, here's one thing I got to do before we start. I just thought of this. I'm glad I happened to see our greenhouses over here in the distance. We're going to run over there right quick. And we topped off our chicken feed. This silo right here will hold 9,000 liters of chicken feed, and as you can see, we got 89.25, so we've used 75 liters. I just filled that up at the end of the last episode, episode 11. Now, we don't have any water in here, but what we're going to do is we're going to get in. Whoops. And now you can see it's filling with water. We do not have to be in it. But I realized yesterday that when I came to fill up the water tanks over here on the greenhouses, that this thing was almost empty, and that's because I didn't start filling it up until the end of episode 10. So when I began episode 11, I didn't think anything about it. I came over here at the end of the episode, and it didn't have much water in it. So I'm glad I remembered to come over here and start that filling, because now it'll fill up, and the next time we're ready to use it, it'll be full. So I have to remember to do that. If I'm going to be taking care of my greenhouses at the end of the episode, at the beginning of the episode, I need to start the water tank and get it filled up. And that's free water. We get free water. So let's go sleep until tomorrow. When we wake up, it'll be April. Because we're playing one-day months. And I do have to use this. This is sunflower seeds. It might work as corn seed. It might be just seed. I don't know that it's sunflower seed. It's just seed for our new, not for that one, but for this one. And we have some stuff over here that I have not used yet. And this is all, I don't know what's what. I don't even, this actually came, oh, that's lime. I didn't even realize it would tell me what was in there. Solid fertilizer. So I need to pick that up because I am using fertilizer. And this is what? Seeds. So good. I can use these. So I will be using those. I'll put those in there. I think I just filled that thing up because see that black tower right there, guys? If you've seen any of my other episodes, this right here gives us free seeds, free fertilizer, and I take advantage of all these mods that give us free stuff. Well, maybe not all mods because I'm not familiar with all of them, but I found this one. It gives us free stuff. You can buy the same grain, the fill station. You can buy the same one, but it doesn't give you free stuff. But it looks just like it. So you got to make sure you look for the free one. And this also gives us free fuel. So we get free fuel out of here. So we always got to look for the free stuff, guys. So let's go sleep until April. And we can sleep till 8 o'clock because April, it should be daylight by 8 o'clock. Now what we're hoping for is that we can harvest that big field. And if I have to do more than that big field, that's going to be a lot to get done in one day. But I might could turn two, when it comes time to plant, I might be able to use a seeder and a planter because they'll both, this one and that one will do soybeans. They'll both do soybeans. Okay, we do have canola and we have soybeans, just what I thought. See that? I can see that right there, soybeans. That's our huge soybean field and we're going to do it first. If I have to, regardless of the time, it'll only be 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the game clock. If that's the only thing I get done for this episode is that big soybean field, then that's okay. We'll come back and we'll do this canola in the next episode. Because I am really anxious to see how much grain we're going to get out of this field. Wait a minute. Is that ready to harvest? I thought it was, but it's not. No, it should turn brown. It will be tomorrow. Okay. Actually, I'm glad. I am glad of that. At first look from up on the hill over there at the yard, I thought that was ready to harvest, but it's not. It should turn more brown color. But it will be ready to harvest in the next game day. So in May, the month of May on our calendar up here, you can see we're in April. Now let's see where we're. Yeah. Look at that purple exhaust. That's great. All right. So we are going to do a headland row. We'll do a headland row all the way around this field. I say that all the time, and then I don't end up doing it. Because my hand will get to hurting, and I'll just want to let a helper do it. And who knows? I'll probably do that anyway. I'll probably turn a helper loose. More than likely, that's what I'm going to end up doing. As soon as I get to where I think I want to be, to where the helper can actually catch the whole field, we'll turn the helper loose. But we'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes. I'm very curious. I really want to. Now, this is not going to be maximum yield either, guys. We're only like at 85% yield because of the way the fertilization works. I have explained that in a couple of the past episodes, because we extended our field, so we created a new field. We plowed up the grasslands, the meadow, you know, for the field grass. I think it's called field grass. We plowed that up to make our field, and you do get like a 33-35% fertilization from that. So that's what we used as our base fertilizer. And then, of course, if you're familiar with this game, you know that you have to have 2 layers of fertilization. And if you're not familiar with this game, now you know you have to have 2 layers of fertilization. But the thing of it is, you cannot put one on top of the other. You actually have to do something to your field in between those 2 layers. So what I always do is I harvest, then I fertilize with my fertilizer spreader, and then I plow or cultivate. And I'm going to start cultivating because the cultivator works better with the helper. I found that out when I used it. I bought a cultivator. That is one thing I did not show you guys that we bought in the last episode, was the cultivator, and it did work a lot better than the plow. As far as with the helper, it's a little bit smaller than our plow. Our plow was operating at 9 meters, and our cultivator is like at 8.2 meters. So a little bit smaller, but not small enough that it really hurts us. And now we're just following this field around. This is a big field, guys. At least compared to the other fields that we have. I'm curious to see how much crop we have in the tank on this harvester once we make one trip all the way around. But I don't know if I'm going to make one trip all the way around. I may turn the harvester loose when I get up to a location where I think it might be good. We may just go ahead and turn the harvester loose and just let it start doing its thing, and we'll just go for the ride. But for right now, I'll go ahead and I'll drive it around. Now, I don't know whether you guys like commentary, whether you don't like commentary. I tend to talk when I'm doing this, although I will run out of stuff to talk about. That much I can tell you. So sometimes I wonder if I just want to play it and not talk about it. But I kind of like explaining what I'm doing, why we're doing it. I like to think of it as we are doing it. It kind of it helps you guys feel like you're a little bit more involved in what's going on. But let me know in the comments if you like commentary, if you don't like commentary. I've been told I have a good voice for ASMR. And I actually thought about trying to do an ASMR farming channel, or gaming channel. But I don't know if I want to get into doing whispering and stuff like that, but I was told in the past that I have a good voice for ASMR. I don't know if you guys agree or not. If you don't agree, you don't have to tell me. If you do agree, yeah, feel free to tell me. Yeah, I have really been looking forward to this right here. Harvesting this field for the first time. This is the first time we will be harvesting this field. We did harvest part of the field before because the field was much smaller when I first put the field here. Well, not here, but up at the top, upper end, over closer to the home farm. Over by the silos, that section over there, we started out with that, and then when we were able to buy more land, we expanded it. And this is our main money maker right here. Now, our bank account is not really accurate as to what we have, guys, how much money we have, because we still owe a $400,000 debt. We have a loan payment of $400,000 that we got to pay back. We borrowed $500,000 just to get starting equipment and stuff like that. I normally don't like to borrow the money. I like to just start small and stay small, but when you're making videos and stuff like that, you have to try to make them somewhat entertaining, you know. So if you start out too small and just stay too small for too long, I think it's hard to maintain the entertainment value. Now we have entertainment value simply because of the fact that I could spend an entire live stream just working this field, talking, conversing with people in chat, providing anybody comes into the chat. And I'm a very small channel, guys. It's not like I have a lot of subscribers. I only have 20 subscribers right now. So chat never gets like overwhelmed or anything like that. It just doesn't get busy. As I said, I've only had one person at a time in chat. But I'm hoping that will grow. You know, it would be nice to have more than one person in chat, chatting with each other. And then I could interject also. That's one of the things I like about this game, because I can put the helper in here. Now right now I'm just holding down the accelerator button, which is the R2 button, the forward button on my PS5 controller. The R2 is what goes forward, R1 is reverse. I mean L2 is reverse, not R1. That didn't make much sense. But L2 and R2, L2 reverse, R2 is forward. And all right, look at that. Now you can see right up here, we'll point this out. I'll show you right up here. You can actually see right here. You can see the difference in the color of this field. Well, that might not be what I think it is. Let me swing around this way. Okay, so we were right back in this area, right in here, some places where the original field was that we had put in. I was thinking that little discoloration I see, but that's actually, I think, where it's painting the color of the field in there. Anyway, yeah, part of this field we had in already, and then we added that whole big section down there, back behind us. We almost have a tank full, one tank full on the harvester, which is not going to put a dent in what the truck will hold, because our trailer will hold 250,000 liters, and this, well, right now we've got 7. So I don't think we're not even going to make it all the way around. I don't know that we'll make it all the way around. I don't think we will. %94 full. When it gets up to about 99%, 97, will we make it? I don't think so. We're going to be close, but I don't think we're going to get there. 98. Oh. 99. All right. So we're going to do this. We're just going to stop right here. And then we will go right here. And I have the pipe on the field side because I'm going counterclockwise instead of clockwise. If I was going clockwise, I would have things. I don't like to drive out in the field, but I have crop damage turned off. There we go. That's the first grain that's got into our new trailer. Will we be able to fill this trailer with grain from this field? I don't know. I'm not really convinced that we can, but we'll get a lot. I'm hoping we get $500,000 worth of grain. All right, we'll just leave this parked right here. And we'll put the pipe back in. Back up just a hair, make sure we don't skip anything. And here we go. Now, one thing I can say about the harvester is that a helper working the harvester is not going to run out into another field and start harvesting, because the harvester will only hold one grain type at a time. Now, I think we want to do this right here. We're going to do this right here, guys. I think. Well, let's just turn it loose right here. We'll let it go for a little bit right here. Now see, it cannot go out there in that field. Even if that field was ready to harvest, it could not go out in that field and start plowing that field up because it's not soybeans. And the harvester is only going to hold one grain type at a time. So now we can just relax. I'm just going to sit back and relax, and we're going to let this thing harvest. And we're going to go along for the ride. And for right now, it's going to spend quite a bit of time turning around. We're going to let it go like this, even though it takes longer because it has to turn around more times. And you know, I mention this all the time. I mention this a lot. Because if you're wanting to save time, you want your helper to be running the length of the field so it makes less turns. And I want that, but because this is a new field, it's really hard to kind of figure out how you're going to go about doing that, the best ways to do it. And I want to help the helper as little as possible. But this is probably going to take about 4 hours to turn this field. Because we got to fertilize it after we're done, and then we're going to cultivate it and then plant it. And we will be planting back with soybeans. Hello, good evening, welcome. We're just harvesting this big field of soybeans over here. We bought new equipment yesterday. You may have been here. So we pretty much are set. We have, we really have all the equipment we really need. We could use one more tractor. I think one more tractor would be good. I like having dedicated tractors to things. So I need a tractor for my my cultivator, and then and I don't think it doesn't have to be a big tractor, but I'm not going to buy that yet. We don't have to have that right now. We'll be able to get that later on because we're going to pay off our loan. We still have a $400,000 loan we have to pay off. So our bank account right there, $113,000, that is not accurate to what we actually have. We do have that amount of cash, but like I said, we've got a $400,000 loan we got to pay off. We've paid off $100,000. It was $500. We paid off $100 on it already. So within another couple of episodes, we'll probably have that paid off, get it out of the way, and then everything else we get, whatever we see up there, that's ours to keep. Of course, we could sell off equipment and we'd still make money. If we sold off the entire farm right now, we'd walk away with more than what we started with. So we would have made a profit, but that's not where we're at right now in this game. We want to get our loan paid off. Not in a real big hurry to do that. I mean, I do want to get it done, like I said, within the next couple of episodes. I may not worry about it this episode. We may pay off another $50,000 at the end of this episode. Maybe $100,000, depends on how much money we have. But then, within another episode or two, I probably got to do this big field right here one more time in soybeans, and then I'll feel comfortable spending that much money to pay off that loan just to get it out of the way. Would be awesome. So now we're just going to go for a ride. It's probably going to take about 4 hours to turn this field, and that's real time, 4 hours. And if you've watched my other live streams, if you've joined me, you know I play in real time. Mostly so I can have the opportunity to engage with people who come into chat. And I've only had 2 people in chat. The most I've had in chat at any one given time was 1 person. So it makes it kind of easy. But that's the whole point. That's the whole purpose. I want to be able to engage with people in the chat and those who are watching. It's just a little bit more difficult because I don't get the feedback from those who are watching if they're not in the chat. I don't, you know, I just have to kind of do what I've been doing. So if you are the same watcher who has watched in the past, thank you for coming back. That's really awesome. Now we've already filled our big tank, our trailer right there. We've emptied our harvester tank into it 1 time already, and I think it put like 1% in that big trailer because it holds 250,000 liters. We actually filled the tank on this harvester 1 time before we completed one trip around the outside of the field, put in a headland row. Should have repaired it before we started. I will have to remember to repair it. And I may change the setting. If our fuel gets down too low, I will change one of the settings and have the helper start buying their own fuel. I turned that off because I get free fuel. I really didn't want to be spending the money for the helper to be buying the fuel when I get it for free. And fuel does pretty good. I have it set to low consumption, so the fuel usage is on low. And like I told you guys, I have everything set up. All the settings are set to make this as easy as possible. And that's okay because I don't need, like for example, I don't need lime turned on to put lime on the field. If I want to put lime on the field, I can put lime on the field. So we can still do that kind of stuff. It's just not mandatory. And I don't want it to be mandatory. Because I have periodic plowing turned off, but I've been plowing every time, but that is going to change. And we will plow like once every 4 times. And the other 3 times we will cultivate. I like the texture of the plowing a whole lot better. It's easier to see the direction of the roads. It looks better and stuff like that. But the helper seems to be able to work better with the cultivator than it can with the helper. I mean, sorry, not with the helper, but with the plow. The helper seems to be better with the cultivator than the plow. So I will use the cultivator. Now, as you can see, well, we're starting to get a little bit longer runs. I'm really not running lengthwise across this field, which is, I should be running way down to those trees down there so that this, the helper doesn't have to turn around so many times. But at the same time, because it's a curved field, I was trying to figure out what direction can I run this thing and it actually be able to do the entire field and not skip part of it. And really, this is probably the best way to do that, although it will take longer. And it takes longer, and if you've been here before, you've heard me say it probably more than once. The more times the helper has to turn around at the end of a row, the longer it takes to finish the job. Because if the helper is turning around, he's not harvesting. But this is how I like to play this game. I like to put a helper in something and just go for the ride. I can relax, set my controller down. I have to keep it handy just in case I need to help. And I will have to help the helper, there's no doubt about that. We have an island in the middle of our field. The helper does not know how to negotiate around that island. Oh, look here. Oh, I was thinking it was full. I wasn't paying attention. If it gets close to a trailer, it'll stick that pipe out. It's not even full. I was thinking it was full. I think I need to move my... I do want to move my truck. We're just going to move it out of the way. That's all we're doing. Okay, now it's out of the way. That is my favorite tractor trailer setup. I don't know if you really saw it, if you were here when we bought this thing or not. This is my favorite setup right here. My favorite color combination: purple, lime green, and black. So even like I have a couple of racing games. I can't really play them. It makes my hands hurt too much. But that's my color combination I use on them as well. And we have a green cover on it. So I think it looks really cool. I do not have a purple tractor yet. I will end up getting a purple tractor to match that, because I like to... I wasn't able to get my Baltra tractor. It didn't have the right kind of front end equipment on it. Attachment. It attaches on the front. So I'll buy one of those later on. I'm not in a big hurry to buy one of those. And of course my water truck, if you've been here before, you've seen the water truck for the greenhouses. It's purple. I don't know if I put the same, let me look at some. No, see, I did not do the wheels the same on this one. I should do that, but I didn't, because I like the metallic wheels. So that purple metallic looks pretty good. I should have done them in green though. I may look into doing that later, just so it matches. That's all. So I may do that later. I may go take it up to the yard and customize those rims again and make them green. And that's a Baltra green. Or, yeah, Baltra. Is it Baltra or Veltra? Let's take a look at something just so I can make sure. It is Baltra. Yeah, that's what I thought. Baltra. But that's not the tractor I want. I want this one right here. But it didn't have the right kind of attachment. But there's some other tractors I like too. But I don't know. I like the Baltra. Not for any particular reason either. I'm still using the base game tractors that I started with. In fact, I did sell the plow that I started with, and I upgraded the plow. Then I bought some new equipment, but I still have all the old stuff. With the exception of like I said, the plow. But I'm using the seeder I started with, the tractors I started with. We started with a mower. I don't need the mower. I don't think I'll be using the mower for anything. But yeah, I'm still using, this is the harvester we started with. We did add in yesterday's episode, we bought a corn header. So we can now do corn and sunflowers. We actually have a field of sunflowers. I don't know if we can see that field from here. Well, you can see the yellow field right there, then just that green just above it, up by where the trees are in the background back there. That's sunflowers. We planted that in sunflowers yesterday, in our last episode. I say yesterday, but I really mean in the last episode, which was in fact yesterday. I'm not sure what time it ended, sometime in the early hours of this morning, really. So I should just say in the last episode and not yesterday's episode, because it wasn't yet necessarily yesterday. I might not play every single day. So that's probably a bad habit for me to get into referring to the last episode as having been done yesterday. It should just be in our last episode, but I'll get more like in the hang of, you know, how to word things and stuff like that. So it kind of works a little bit better. Of course, to say that was yesterday's episode is appropriate because it actually was done yesterday. That one, in that case, is correct. But it may not always be. Because there may be some days I just don't feel like getting on here and playing. And like I have said before, I don't know how devoted I want to be to doing these live streams like this. For right now, I'm having fun. But I don't want to feel like it's something I have to do. And that's one thing that scares me a little bit about getting a channel that gets real big. Because you have people that are expecting you to do this and to do that. I don't really want to be expected to do it. I just want us all to have, when I can do it, and I feel like doing it, we can all just have fun and enjoy it. So that's my goal. Now let's see. I did see it flash up there where our tank was 80% full. And you'll see when we empty this, you will see that we have not even put a dent into the capacity of that trailer. So it's going to be interesting to see just really even what percentage of the trailer we can fill with this entire field. Now, we do have to keep in mind that the yield that we get off this field this time is less than what we will get next time and thereafter, because of the way the fertilization works. And I have explained that a few times. I think I explained that even earlier in this episode, just because where we created a new field and how the grass counts as a fertilization stage. It kind of changes things. So right now, in the lower part of this field where we're at right now, we have 100% fertilization. In the upper part that we added, we only have like on average like an 85% fertilization. So it does drop the yield down. So we're not at maximized for us And even at most, we get 95% yield because I'm not rolling the field and I'm not liming the field. And even rolling and liming, we're not going to have 100%. We'll still be like 97, 98%. So it's okay. I've got used to playing like that. On every map I've played, that's how it's been. So, I mean, I'm kind of pretty comfortable with a 95% yield. And I understand that on the first time around, we have to accept a smaller amount. Oh, we're at 3% in our trailer right here. We've got 3% load, so this should give us 6%. I think it would be awesome if we could actually fill this tank, but I don't know that we can. Basically, my hope right now is that we will do $500,000. We can just leave that tractor trailer sit right where it's at. Now, I thought when I first started this episode, you can see across the way over there, behind those trees right there, you can see the yellow in that field over there. And I was thinking that we had a second field ready to harvest also, but that field is not ready to harvest. I thought we were going to have to go harvest it after this. And this was going to be a super long live stream if that was the case, if I had this field plus another one to do. But no, that field is not ready. It will be ready in the next game day. So in the month of May. So I'm kind of happy about that because like I said, it's probably going to take about 4 hours in real time to turn this field, get it, harvested, fertilized, cultivated, and replanted. It's probably going to take about 4 hours. That's my guess. As you can see here how much more field we got to go. Way down, all the way down to those trees back there. But by doing it this direction, it's not going to miss anything. We'll have to help it around this island when we get to it. And that is a drawback to putting an island in the middle of your field, but I don't have any way to get rid of that thing because it has rock formations. But we could get rid of the trees, but it has rock formations in it. And I got to tell you guys, I got too close to the rocks. I should have left a little bit more grass border around it. So now we have to kind of help it out more than what I would have had to before. Not a whole lot more, so it doesn't really, it's not like it's a real time-consuming thing and it makes everything take so much longer because I have to help it more. But I do have to help it a little bit more than I did before. But there's an easy solution to that, which is just do a couple of headland rows around it, and then we'll be okay. So that's what I'll do when we get to it. We'll figure it out. And it always takes doing a field a couple times, probably maybe more than a couple times, to really figure out the most ideal really, if I wasn't doing like if it wasn't for the video aspect of this, then going back and forth across the field like this in this direction would not bother me at all, because it's just me. I don't want it to be too boring for the viewer, and I'm afraid it will be boring, especially if I wasn't talking. If it was just no commentary and I'm just plowing this big old field, unless a person just happens to put it on so they can hear the background noises, the tractor noises. But since I'm not one to be quiet for long periods of time, if I have people that are returning to watch a second time or more, then they must not be coming back because they want to just hear the tractor. Because you don't get to hear the tractor that much. You get to hear me. But I did mention earlier, and you can leave a comment in the comment section and let me know, I have been told that I do have a good voice for ASMR. Now, I did say, if you don't agree with that, you don't have to leave a comment and let me know that you don't agree with that. But if you do agree with that, you can leave me a comment and let me know. I've mentioned in some of my other streams that I really wanted to live stream. Sorry, I had to yawn. That's typical when I start doing these things. I start yawning. It's 9:32 in the evening where I live. Every time I yawn, I give the time where I live. Before we're finished, it's liable to be, 1 o'clock in the morning where I live. And I have actually done a live stream that was more than 5 hours, and it was like 7:30 in the morning when I got done, because I didn't start it until like somewhere after 2 o'clock that morning. Which was my original intent, was to be doing live streams like in the middle of the night. I still hear my grandson upstairs running around. His room is directly above mine. I don't think you guys will be able to hear him on the microphone, but if you hear some loud banging, that's my grandson. I did tell him I was going to be making videos though. Right before I started, I told him that. But, he's not upstairs right now thinking about me down here live streaming. He's just upstairs playing and having fun, and I can hear him banging around up there some. So hopefully it won't get too loud. I don't think it will. But in the event you do hear some banging, more than likely it's him. If it's something else drastic, I'll let you know what it is. But just so you know, I do appreciate you hanging out with me while we're doing this, even though I can't directly chat with you. I can address you, acknowledge you, and appreciate you. I am somewhat thinking that Paul might show up today. He's been in chat before. he might actually pop in chat. He's been there a couple times, and I do try to go in and hop in on his chat and greet him. He's the first person that ever showed up in my chat, and he also has a YouTube channel, and he plays this game, does live streams of this game, and so I go over and I give him support because he came over here and supported me, one of the little guys, so I go give him support. And he's not one of the big channels either, you know. So that was kind of nice, and I appreciated him coming over here and just showing me some support. And he subscribed to my channel, so I went and I returned that support to him and subscribed to him. And his channel's quite a bit bigger than mine in comparison to mine. In comparison to others, you know, he's getting started too, but he's grown quite a bit more than I have at this point. Like I said, I have 20 subscribers, and he's got like maybe 135 or something like that, I think. So, you know, I hope him much success with his channel. I hope he does good, because I know there's a lot of people that do YouTube that, you know, they make enough money to buy houses and cars and all kinds of stuff. So I hope Paul the best, and I will support his channel as far as giving him views on videos and chilling in the chat with him for a while and stuff like that. He might be live streaming right now too, I don't know. I know there was one day, I know we were both live streaming at the same time, because when I finished with mine, I saw that he was live streaming, and he had been live streaming for a few hours, and I had live streamed for like a little over 4 hours that day, and he ended up live streaming for about 5 hours, and I know that a lot of that time was during the same time I was live streaming. But yeah, I really appreciated Paul. He's been in here a couple times, and I can only guess. See, when I have somebody, like, it does tell me that somebody is watching. It says I have 2 people watching. I know for a fact one of those is me. That's my laptop, because I'm monitoring chat and watching at the same time. I'm watching it on my laptop so I can monitor chat. But then there's somebody else who joined, and I don't know if it's the same person that keeps coming back. I mean, I think that's really cool if it is. If it's not, then that means I've had several people come by and watch, for at least for a while, and that's really cool too. So either way, it's really cool. But yeah, if you are a returning live stream participant or a live stream watcher, viewer, then thank you very much. You are very much appreciated. I just want you to know that. And you know how it goes if you have been here before. We just let the helper do our work for us. We just go for the ride. Now I will tell you that I have my the first thing I did was I went down to where our greenhouses are, and I grabbed our water truck and I got it started filling with water, because I had been parking it, filling it, and then ending the live stream. And it didn't dawn on me that when I was doing that, because I exit the game, I go back out to the main menu page. That's where I like to start the live stream. So when I get done with the live stream, I exit back out to that stage or to that screen, but when I do that, it stops the water tank from filling up, because right now I'm not in the water tank, but it can fill without me being in it. That's one of the things I really like about it. I get free water, so I can just park it by my water spigot and click start refill, and then get out and go do what I got to do. And it'll be full for next time. But yesterday, in the last episode, episode 11, when I went to fill the greenhouses, my water tanker was not full. And I realized that the reason it was not full is because I had exited, I saved the game and then I exited out to the main menu screen. And that stopped it from filling with water. And I didn't think about that. So I'm still learning stuff as I go along too, from the mistakes that I make. So I have to remember to, if I use the water tanker at the end to fill the greenhouses, the water tanks, if I use my truck to fill the water tanks for the greenhouses, I have to remember at the beginning of the next episode to go start that process of filling that tank again. And it's probably full by now. Actually, let's just hop over there right quick, because we can just hop over there. Is it full? Yeah, it's full. But it will fill with me not being in it. So I park it right here. We get water for free right out of there. And I can, but like I said, I forgot. Well, I just didn't think about it. I didn't forget. That's not true. I didn't forget. I just didn't think about the fact that if I exited out to the main menu for the game, which is where I like to start my live stream, then it won't continue filling. It stops that process. So today I remembered to come down here and fill this thing, or start filling it. Now it is full. There we go. Okay, I was in the right truck already. Where were we? Not there, this one. Gotta come over here. Now, I don't think we're gonna fill this trailer, guys. I don't think we'll fill it. But we're going to be what? Like close to 10% after 3 tanks? But we have to consider how much of that field have we done already. Well, we've done that much. And we've got all that to go down there. But I still do not think we will fill this tank. If we fill this tank, then we might be looking at a $1 million field. That would be amazing. But I'm hoping for $500,000. I don't know that we can fill this tank or fill that up. I don't think we'll hit $1 million field. That would be so amazing. We could always put in a bigger field, but I don't want to get my fields too big. Let's pop the map up, because the helper is, so far the helper doesn't need me to intervene yet. When we get right there, you can see the island right there. I'm going to have to help them get lined out around that island. But you can see right here how much bigger this field is compared to the others. So look at this. That would be $1 million soybean field if I did this whole area right here as one big soybean field. Can you imagine? It would probably take 10 to 12 hours to turn that field. Because I think this one is going to take about 4 hours. And this would be like 2.5 to 3 times the area. So, wow. But that would probably be $1 million field if I was to do this one. But I don't want gigantic fields like that. I like fields this size. This up here I did in potatoes, all one field. And we might do something like that up here again, and then we'll just have to figure out what we're going to do here. But this will not just be one field. This will end up being like at least 2. This over here. And you can see these spots like right here. These make it very difficult to work with. Things like this, because these are islands just like that. See, there's another one right here. And they do make it more difficult. There's one there. This one did not have an island in it up here. And then I like this section right here, small. This could be one field. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this being one field right here. Maybe even this one right here. But in comparison, there's still big fields in comparison to these. So I'm not sure how we're going to do all that yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, we're not going to expand anymore for a little while. I've got to figure out exactly where I want to expand to. But we're not ready for that. We do need more fields, though. One of the things I've commented on a few times is that we want to have enough fields, individual fields, and oh, is it raining? Hold on here. Is it raining? It is raining. Oh no. Let's do something. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's just speed the clock up. Gotta try to let this rain pass because we're losing. We can't harvest when it's raining. In FS19, I don't think you could harvest at all when it was raining. Okay. Did it quit? Yeah, okay. So now we can go back to real time. And we can go back to harvesting. There we go. We'll just speed the clock up, get through that little shower right there. Because we don't want to lose more yield on our crop. Because we're already down to like 85%, like I was saying, due to the fact that it was a create new field. It's the first time with it. So we don't have that 100% fertilization. So that worked out real well. It didn't rain for that long. I have seen it rain and I have seen it snow for days on end, which really, as far as the calendar is concerned in this game, is months on end. But I've seen it rain for like 3 straight days. And that would not have been what I wanted to see right now. So I'm glad that was just a short shower came through. We may have another one come through, and thankfully if we do, it will throw up that warning to us and let us know that we're going to get reduced yield by harvesting in the rain. And then we can just speed the clock back up again. So we'll use the clock when we need to our advantage like that. We'll do what we got to do. I should save the game I'm real bad about not saving it. Let me go ahead and save it. I'm not real good about saving the game during streaming. I usually save it after I go off camera. But I should get a little more used to saving it during the gameplay, even though I'm recording. It doesn't matter. Just in case something happens, I would not want to have to turn around and restart this harvest all over again at this point, because I've been streaming for an hour and 14 minutes. So at least an hour of that has been harvesting, because I probably spent, you know, roughly 14, 15 minutes with preliminary stuff. Maybe not that long even, really. But I don't know for sure, so, you know, even if I did spend 15 minutes on the preliminary introduction kind of thing, you know, I still got in an hour's worth of harvesting already. And that's how much we've got harvested in the hour. So what do you think? I've got another 2 hours of harvesting? Oh no. Oh my goodness. This might take 6 hours to finish, or 7. Oh no. Won't that be interesting? Oh, can you imagine? If I have one single field that takes me like 8 hours. Oh my gosh. Well, thankfully most of it can be done with the helper. But I don't know if I have 8 hours worth of stuff to talk about. Especially when it's all just talking about the same thing, which is this game. There are times when talking is easy. It's easy to kind of know what to talk about, because, you know, you're talking about stuff that you're catching everybody up to date from the last episode. Those who might view this after it's posted as a video, who might look at it a week from now, a month from now, you know, I like to kind of update everybody at the very beginning as to what happened in the previous episode. So, you know, that can take a few minutes, and it's something to talk about. But then once you get all that stuff done, you know, you get to a point where you're just repeating yourself a lot. And so until I get better at what I'm doing, the narrating, the talking and stuff like that, and I come up with other things to talk about, I don't know that I necessarily have to talk about the game, but I don't really have other stuff to talk about either. Now, if somebody leaves comments, then I can talk about, you know, stuff that was posted in comments, or there's somebody in chat that I can directly interact with, then at least for those amounts of time, that makes it a little bit easier. But I may have to come up with some other stuff that I can do. One thing that would be really cool, although I don't think I would be the one to do it, I think it would be cool, like, what if you had like this game playing in the background of like an audio book, somebody reading an audio book while this game is playing in the background. Because we could turn all the noise off, so all you have is the visual. You're just watching it, what's happening, but you're listening to the story as it's being read. That might be pretty interesting. Nobody does that. But I don't think I would be the right person to do an audiobook. I do know how to read, so I'm not saying that because I don't know how to read good or anything, but I don't like reading out loud. I have on occasion. I actually got a book in the mail. It's called Medicare and You 2024. I could read that while this game plays in the background. Except for when I had to help them. I couldn't read and help the helper at the same time. But, you know, that's just something that would be different. Give me something to talk about. I'm not real thrilled about Medicare, by the way. It's a pretty big old book. It's about almost a half-inch thick. But, no. My next door neighbor, I was talking to him a little earlier today, and he was telling me that, well, I was asking him how much Medicare costs, because I don't really like the idea of being forced to have to buy this insurance, because my Social Security is not very much anyway. And then if they're going to start taking some of my Social Security and forcing insurance on me when I don't really want it, because I have VA medical, I'm a veteran and I have VA medical, so I don't really want the Medicare. I don't want to have to pay for it. So I'm going to have to find out some stuff about that. I don't know when I'll look at that book, but I'm going to have to take a look at it. At some point. They sent me an application to fill out a while back, but the mailbox lady, the postal carrier, the mail lady, she did not get the mailbox closed real good, and it snowed, and then when that snow started melting, it dripped down inside my mailbox and got the application for the Medicare wet. So I'm going to have to call the people and have them I thought maybe it had started raining again. I noticed that thing said that we were 80% full, but it said something else also, and I was not paying attention to what it said. I thought maybe it said something about raining, but that's not where it would post at. It would post it right above where the harvester's at, like in the middle of the screen there. So that's okay. Let's see, how close are we getting? We're getting closer to that island, but I'm going to have to help. I'm going to have to figure out how I want to go about going around that island. Now, I could bring my fertilizer spreader over here, and I could actually fertilize the lower part of this field, and then I could get my cultivator started, and then I could get my planter started, my seeder. I could do that. But I have two seeders. Well, I have one seeder, one planter. Both will do soybeans. So I may end up having both of them going in this field at the same time. But I am curious just to see how long it's going to take to do this one field. Maybe when I get on the far side of that island, I'll go ahead and grab my fertilizer spreader and come up here and do the lower part and go ahead and get my cultivator started. That might be the best approach, because I think the cultivator will do all right by itself. I don't know though. I've really got to pay attention to it. but I think it will. I think my road, that dirt road that we put in between the two fields, is wide enough that it will not, that the helper won't just drive across that road out into the next field and start cultivating a field that has a crop in it. Now I'm going to pull this all the way down here, so at least we have the entire bottom covered with seed. Now let's see what we're going to end up with. We're up to 12%. I'm not wearing my glasses. Normally I don't need my glasses to see the TV. But I have noticed here recently it is getting a little more difficult. I meant to go this way. We'll just leave that truck sit right there. Let's see, how many more passes will it take? Oh, we got a few. We got a few more trips back and forth before we get to that island. Not a lot though. Yeah, I really like the look of that tractor trailer. Nice. Something is making us money is when I started this stream, we were at like $90,000 or $80,000, I don't remember. And now we're up to $123,000. We are spending money because we're paying the helper as he goes along, but we're up to $123,000. So we've made money somewhere along the way. I'm not sure how we've made money other than maybe it's our greenhouses, our honey and eggs is making us some money, and that's what it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, see these rock formations on that island right there? Those were really in the way. There's one on both sides there. And they were really in the way. And that was not something I had thought about when I actually plowed around that thing. I should have left more. Sorry, I had to yawn, guys. It's 10:04 where I live. I should have left more of a grassy area around the island, but I didn't. So now I just have to go and do what I have to do to make it work, and that's okay. That's what we'll do. We'll make it work. But I do think that maybe, yeah, I do think that once I get this done over to the other side of that island so that the helper is once again able to run on its own, then I will go get my fertilizer spreader, come up, fertilize all this lower section, and then cultivate it. Get the cultivator started. And then once it gets so much of it done, I can actually start the planter as well, or the seeder. I'll get one of them going. So we can have several operations going on in this field at the same time. And we'll just switch back and forth and monitor and make sure all the helpers are doing okay. But we're not going to start that just yet. I want to be able to get the helper over on the other side of this island first. It looks like we've got 2 more passes. And then I'll actually be able to do something over here. Looks like the wind is blowing. Yeah, I can see the wind blowing. Can you see the shadows moving across the field right there? I think you can probably see that. That is the wind blowing. Cool. Could be shadows, but I don't think so. I think it's the wind blowing across the top of that field. Now, if you've been here before, guys, you've heard me mention that I am pre-diabetic, so I drink Coke Zero, simply because it has 0 sugar. And like, I go shopping at a grocery store called Food City. You may or may not have that particular grocery chain where you live, but that's the main grocery store that's near where I live. So I also go to like Family Dollar, Dollar General and stuff. But what I was going to say about the Food City grocery store that I go to, I went there today. They only had 1 2-liter of Coke Zero. Most of the time they don't even have any. And I always have to go to Family Dollar or Dollar General to get Coke Zero. It's like weird that the grocery store just doesn't ever have it. And I mentioned that to the cashier today. I said, well, I got lucky. I got the only Coke Zero that was on the shelf. And she told me that some woman had been in there and bought several of them just a few minutes before me. And I was like, well, maybe that's the problem. Somebody else came in here and bought them all. Anyway, I just told you that because I needed to take a drink of Coke Zero. I was getting a little bit parched, a little bit dried out from doing all this talking. But I find doing this kind of game with no commentary to be rather difficult. I don't know what this guy's doing. I don't know what he's doing. I'm just kind of waiting to find out what he's doing. Now I fired him because I decided I did not like what he was doing. He's not doing what he should have been doing. I need to do this though. Actually, I'm going to do this. See, I have to figure out how I'm going to go about doing it. Let's do this. We'll go around this way. We'll go around this side of the field like this. Okay, now we can turn this way. See this rock? See the rocks right here, guys? Look here. It makes it very difficult to get backed up in here to where you can actually get turned around and not skip anything. We're going to do another headland road. One just is not enough. I should have left more grass there, but I didn't think about it. So I'm going to do another headland row here. That will give them enough room to be able to get turned around and not skip stuff. And then we will send this guy on his way. There we go. Now he can get turned around and be able to work this edge of the field without the rocks getting in the way. Now, when he gets over to the other side of the island, we will once again take control of it, and we will move it back up, reposition it, and then it should be good to go. And it should be able to finish the field on its own. Still got a long way to go. But this will, he'll make a few passes back and forth right here, and then we'll go get him started. We'll take him on the other side of the island, back over to the other edge, and then it'll be fine. It'll be able to complete everything. Now you'll see right here what I was talking about, why we did that second row. And you may understand why we did it already. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying we'll see. See, we had room to back up and that rock not getting our way. That's why we did a second row right there. Now he'll have to take a few more passes. And then we will, like I say, we'll take control again. And then we'll move the helper to the other side of the island and around to the back over to the other end of it there and send him on his way, and then he'll catch all this. But we got to get all the way out to the edge of what we just harvested ourselves right there, the edge of that arc. We got to cover all the way to the edge of that arc, and then we'll be good. We can just let him go. We'll take it back over there, get him restarted, and let him go. And then we'll go get the fertilizer spreader, and we'll spread some fertilizer on that side, the other side of the island as we're looking at it right now. And then we'll get our cultivator started. So it won't take too much longer. We'll actually be moving along pretty good. It's going to save us a lot of time to go ahead and get some other things started, some other processes started. I think it would just take way too long if I was to do like one phase at a time. If I did all the harvesting, then I came and fertilized, then I did all the cultivating, and then I did all the planting, I think it would just take too long. Because our equipment is, most of our equipment is 6 meters. So it's on the small side, not the smallest, because we could have 2 meters. We could actually, I think there is an old time, like old plow that does like a 1.5 meters or something. It might be a mod, one of the, like a vintage type plow, one blade, something like that, you know. And I know there was like a vintage cedar. I think we're going to try this. I hope it works out. We're going to try it and we're going to see what happens. We may have to help it out a little bit, just for the alignment purposes. I'll make sure I kind of have it where I want it, in the right place. Yeah. Okay. Now we'll let that run a few more times. I want to let it get on the other side of the island. We're at 80% full. I want it to work itself around that way. And then we will go get our fertilizer spreader. Actually, we can, where is it? It's over here. See, I kind of want one more tractor dedicated to that cultivator right there. Oh, I need to do this. I need to fill this up. Okay, there we go. Now I'm just going to leave this sit right here for a second, because I want to move this out of the way. We'll be filling that tank here pretty quick, but now we just want to do this. I'm just going to go ahead and fertilize the end of this field. And then we'll get the cultivator moving. So I don't have to go all the way up here. I don't have to get real close to where my other equipment is working. But I can get quite a bit of this, just so I don't have to do it later. It'll already be done. And then we will, it looks like it's going to rain, don't it? Wow. I figured I was going to end up missing just a little bit there when I turned. There we go. We'll go up here just a little bit farther. Yeah, like this, and then we'll go this way. We'll just go straight across this way now, like this. Yeah, we're just going to go straight across like this. And then I will, I'll get the cultivator. Where is that guy at? Oh, let's see. I may need to jump back over there and help the harvester. But let's do this. Let's finish this out here first. Oh, it's got a full grain tank. That is very good. Perfect timing. So I'll just leave this sit here for a second. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be good. It's actually going to work out good because I think I won't have to do anything to help it. It's just going to go to the end of the road, come down, and it'll be able to go all the way across the field. I hope. I hope. I may have to help it a little bit. We'll see. If I do, it's not going to be that big a deal. We'll see what happens, but I think it might make it on its own. I can just leave that truck sit there. We're going to stay with the harvester until I know I have it lined back out, and then we'll jump back into the fertilizer spreader and continue with that and get our cultivator running. Yeah, I think this guy will make it. I think he'll be able to go all the way across the field. I wasn't sure if he would be able to or not, if we might have to help him get lined back out. But I think he might do it. And if it does, that's going to be awesome. And it also lets me know that it's a good direction to be having the harvester going in. Because it's taken minimal help. See, this is the part I'm looking at right here. Now, see, I am going to have to help it. And that's okay. We just want to go straight across. We're going to drive straight across and then send him back at it. There we go. And I know it's just barely catching here, but now it will turn back around and be on a full path, full swath like it should be. So even though we're just barely catching any right there, that's still going to work. I got to keep an eye on my fuel. I got to keep an eye on the maintenance. We definitely got to maintenance this thing when we're done. Okay, but that's going to have that taken care of. So I'm happy with that. So let's go back over here. Oops, right here. And we are going to go back out here, and we're going to continue fertilizing this right here so we can get our cultivator started. And that's going to be really nice to have more than one thing going on. And we'll get a planter over here too, our cedar. We will get it over here, get it to working. But we got to get the cultivator working first. The cultivator, I think it is a little bit wider than the cedar itself. Let's see. I can catch this on the way back. Well, I need to leave my fertilizer spreader over here because I'm going to need it for the rest of my field. So let's just go back. Let's just go back. We'll just go ahead. And I do waste fertilizer, guys, because I could narrow this thing down. I could select the tool width, and we'd be spraying. As long as I'm driving it, I can change the width of the sprayer. I don't remember how to do it though exactly. Oh, whoops! Oh, that wasn't it. Oh well, I'm not quit trying to figure things out while I'm in the middle of trying to do something else. It's not working very good. Oh no. I was hoping I could catch both edges at the same time just by moving just a little bit. That's not going to happen. Oh well, we'll do it this way. Oh no, again. All right, here we go. Now, there we go. Now, I do need, let's see, I need this tractor. I'm just going to park this thing up here. We'll drop it off. We'll put it over here like this out of the way somewhere. Whoops. We'll just drop it off right there. Now we got to go get our cultivator. And we'll bring it up here and get it started on this bottom end down here and just let it go. And then we'll bring our cedar over here. Actually, I'm going to use I might use the cedar instead of the planter. I can use either one. But for now, we'll use the cultivator. And it's the same style as the plow, but it sure seems like the helper seems to enjoy using this better. Now, like I said, I do not like the texture. Oops. I do not like the texture as much as I like the texture of the plow. But let's see if we can figure out here which way. Let's zoom in on this thing so we can kind of tell. Do I want to go? I'm trying to remember how I did this. Maybe it was something similar to this. Let's just try this right here. Let's see what kind of angle we get. If I just turn this loose on its own, right there. All right, but I need to be way back over this way. For that angle to work, I got to be starting way back here like this. Way back here like this. And still it's going to miss some of it. So, we fired the helper. Let's catch this little area right here on our own. And then is that the angle I want? I guess. Although I didn't think so. What is this angle? I need to go look at something. Because it looked like this angle was different than that angle. And this is the angle I want. Right here. Isn't it? Yes. That's the angle I want. Okay, we should be okay. It should not run out into that other field. So we can just let this guy go. And I hope I don't regret it later on. I hope I don't look up and see on the little mini map that it's over there in that other field. But we'll let him get started, and then we will go get the seeder and get the seeder started, although I think I'll use the planter as opposed to the seeder, because the seeder is likely to pull out in that other field and start seeding a new crop in a field where I already have a crop growing, and I want to make sure that does not happen. So let's do this right here. And we're going to change this to soybeans. And we will get this one started. In a minute. We're not going to start it just yet. I want to make sure. One thing we have to check, because let's look at this right here. Let's go to the garage. The cultivator is what? The cultivator has an 8.3 meter. Yeah, that's right. 8.3 meters. And the seeder is 6 meters. Okay, so it's smaller than the cultivator. So we can go ahead and start it. I think we'll be okay. Let's unfold it. And then let's just back it up right here like this. And let it go like this. With soybeans. Make sure it's not going to run out in the other field. It should not, because it's smaller equipment. We should be okay. I really want to follow this for a couple of rounds, though. Just make sure it's going to keep an eye on stuff here. Now we're starting to get a lot going on. Now, all I have to do now is keep the fertilizer spreader out in front of my cultivator. And these guys can just start working and following in behind it. And now we are doing multiple processes in the same field at the same time. And that is really cool. That guy's going pretty slow, but it doesn't matter. It's okay if it goes slow. I think what I'm going to do, just to be on the safe side, we have to go here, we're going to go here. That's not where I want, that's where I want, and I want to go this way, and I want to go to fuel, buy. Okay? As a matter of fact, let's save the game. I really need to get in the habit of doing that more often, even if I do it on camera. We're moving along. We are moving along. Oh, I just had a sharp pain hit my foot, right in the heel of my foot. Wow, I don't know what that was. It did not feel good. Oh, sharp stabbing pain. Wow. Alright, well, it seems like it, whatever it was, probably just a nerve. I don't know what set it off, but it wasn't happy. But it seems to be okay now. It was a short-lived thing, just a sharp stabbing pain. So let's rotate back. Still doing good, but not very fast, but that's okay. I just don't want it to jump out into that field right there and start planting soybeans over there. That is not a soybean field. That is I think it's oats or sorghum. That might be sorghum this time. I can't remember what I put in there. What if we run over here right quick? Just to see what I have. Is it sorghum? Yep, sorghum. Now this thing was saying something. Oh, we got a full tank. So where's our truck? Where's our truck? Where's our harvester? Behind us, okay? Look at that purple exhaust. Okay, sorry guys. Little distraction, it's okay. I'm really happy with the way this is working out. We've got really four processes going on at the same time. We've got harvesting, we've got fertilizing, we've got cultivating, we've got planting and fertilizing. So 2 stages of fertilizer. So we've got 5 different things going on at the same time. And I think that's so cool. We're going to park this guy over this way though, so he's not in the way. And then I kind of want to just follow along with this guy. He's the slowest because the cultivator up there, you can see he's pulling away from us some because he's bigger. He's covering more ground on each pass. One thing I did not look at, how much grain do we actually have in our truck at this point? What do we have? We have 51,000 liters, 20% full. There's no way we're going to fill this up, but I am hoping that we get $500,000 off of it. It would be nice to be able to fill it, but that would take a while. Eventually we might be able to harvest this field and not have to sell it. Well, we won't have to sell it every time, and we can just put it in our silo and store it until we do have a full 250,000 liters, and then we can go sell that, and that should easily be $1 million. We'll find that will be something we'll have to test and find out. Of course, we're not going to want to sell more than what we need to sell because we want to fill the silos. But we don't necessarily want it. We have so much soybeans compared to everything else. So I don't mind selling off like a $250,000 trailer full of soybeans now and again. Now you're going to see our money is going down faster because we're buying fuel, we're also buying seed, we're buying fertilizer. Even though we get that stuff for free, we're letting our helper provide his own. Because I don't want to have to keep making trips over there to fill up these tanks. I mean, when I do my headland rows and stuff like that, I'll gradually use a little bit of it up. And then I'll go fill from the bags that we have sitting up in our yard until we've got rid of those. Just to get those out of the way. My other seeder, I will go fill up, and the fertilizer I will fill up from, also from stuff we've got sitting up there in the yard. I need to remember to do that. The lime, those 2 pallets of lime, they're just going to sit there because I don't need them. If I decide at one point I want to throw some lime on a field, I'll try to remember to use those pallets just to get them out of the way. Now, like I have mentioned, perhaps even in the last episode, I don't remember if I looked at those or not in the last episode or if it was like in episode 10 that we took a look at putting a couple sheds up in the yard. I'm probably only going to put 1 up there. I think it'll look good with 1. We may end up putting a second one. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But I do want to put at least 1. I mean, I think it needs one to kind of look complete. We have enough money, we could do that. But I don't need to do that necessarily in this episode. We might do it in next episode, the next one. But we'll see, because I will be selling the soybeans in this episode. Everything is coming along nicely. It's all working out. Minimal help from me, which is exactly what I want. I want the helper to be able to do the work. And we are so far getting that done. It's working out really nicely. And once this guy gets up to where the edge of where we fertilize, then we'll just stop. We will stop him. I might be able, because I need that tractor for the fertilizer spreader, so I can go a little bit farther. I could go get my other tractor. Actually, let's do that. Let's go get the other tractor. And we'll go grab our fertilizer spreader. And in that way I have everything. I can do everything at one time. I could just kind of switch back and forth, rotate. Nice. Coming along nicely, guys. I'm very happy with it. And we will have to help them. We'll have to help these guys work around this island, just like we did with the harvester. And this just allows us to put one more row of fertilization down over here. We don't want to let it get behind. We just kind of keep up with stuff. And then I may do one more row going back the other way, because this gives us several passes with our other equipment. By doing it like this, we get several passes. And now we'll fertilize this island. And hopefully that's going to reach all the way across. No, it's not. Oh, I need to move over just a little bit. Did it reach all the way across on this side? I couldn't quite see that side. The map was in the way. Now I got to back up and look. Okay, we got all of it. So that should be okay like that. There we go. And then we just want to follow this. Yeah, something similar to this. This will be good. Perfect. Now see, we can just leave this guy sit here and he's ready to go spread some more fertilizer when we're ready for it. 2 miles an hour, 4 miles an hour. This guy's working at 8 miles an hour. So this guy has a wider, he's able to cut a wider trail across there, and he's running faster than this guy is. And I did cut down some trees right here on this edge. I took about, I think maybe 3 trees out, 3 or 4 big trees that were much closer to the edge of the field. They were kind of in the way. You know, I don't like taking out all the trees if I don't have to. That looks pretty good with those right there. So we can just leave it go, let it run. And we'll just go back and forth. We'll ride with the different guys, the different workers. Now we're getting a pretty good run across this field now. So he can cut for a pretty good distance before it has to turn around. And that's what we want. Our trailer is not going to be as full as I had hoped it would be. To be honest, I was hoping we'd get enough soybeans to fill that thing up. We're not. I don't even think we'll halfway fill it. But I'm still hoping that we have $500,000 for it. And that would be awesome. If we get $500,000 per harvest on this field, that would be great. Because like I said, for the time being, we don't need to be buying much more. I do want to buy another tractor, and then we do want to buy what we need for potatoes, but we're not ready for that yet. We want to get other stuff going first. We want to get more fields of wheat, oats, barley, sorghum, canola, and we need a well, I had you sneeze there for a second, guys. Wow. I thought it was going to be a big one, but it wasn't that bad. It felt like it was going to be a good one. So that may just be an indication of things to come. I don't know. Now this is what are we going to get? Are we going to get maybe what? 3-4 more tankfuls in this harvester? Will we be able to fill it up another 2 or 3 times? I don't know. We will see. The birds are liking it. They're out here, I'm not sure what they're gleaning, but they're enjoying it. Where's our truck? There it is. Now, the more vehicles you get, the more you have to advance through to get to the vehicle that you actually wanted. Ooh, there were nice brake lights. Backup lights, brake lights, nice. And this has, I'm not sure how the lights work. I don't remember how the lights work. Seat height. Wow, seat position. Oh, that's interesting, ain't it? Toggle steering for rear steering. Wow, I didn't know it had rear steering. Tip side, back. Yeah, we want it on the back. Well, yeah, but I don't know if I can tip it on the back. Ooh, we'll have to see how that works when I go to sell this. Where's the lights? Radio, cruise control, fifth wheel position. It's actually fine where it's at, but where's the lights? I don't remember how to work the lights, the headlights. I thought it was like that right there. And then like, well, I don't know. I don't remember how to work the headlights. Now the helpers will automatically use headlights if they need to. We don't need them right now. I was just trying to remember. Oh, maybe the reason it didn't, I'm not seeing anything about headlights. Well, all right, well, interesting. Hey, we're moving along, guys, moving along. Ooh. I kind of already knew that tanker, the harvester, was almost full tank. That's kind of why I went and got in this truck, and then I got distracted thinking about the headlights. What are we up to? 20%. Oh my gosh. Is that all? Wow. So no, we will not be filling this tank. I don't even think we'll get halfway full. If that's all we're at right now, no, we're not going to get halfway. Oh man. We'll just leave it sit right there. It's fine for now. Let's see. Oh, what do we have? Oh, there we go. Sure, I don't see anything that we've missed. I'm not quite ready to help this guy out yet, but I think I want to stay with this guy for a little bit because he's the next guy that we're going to have to help. Pull that camera back a little bit. I like to have the camera back away where I can kind of see what's going on. I can see that guy up there. Hopefully I don't see him go running out into the middle of another field. He hasn't yet, so that makes me happy. And this guy, see, if you've been here before and you've watched some of the other live streams, You've seen how I've had to help the plow, the helper using a plow, and I have not had to help this guy with the cultivator at all. It has done the perfectly fine job, and I don't know why they cannot do this effective with the plow that I have, but it doesn't. And that tells me it's the plow itself. But we'll just ride along with this guy for a little bit because he's the next one we've got to help get around this island. Let me see, where are we at as far as, no, I don't think I can do another, oh, now, see, I was just talking about it, and there it is, you see, I had to help him. Now, isn't that weird? As soon as I say something about I haven't had to help him at all, then I have to help him. It figures. Anytime you brag on somebody, then they start messing up. But I'm not going to complain because he's done that much of the field without my having to help him. But it's a good thing I happened to be riding along when I was. Otherwise, I would not have thought he missed that. And it may not have got cultivated. And my planter would have come up there to put some seed in the ground, and it wouldn't even have been cultivated. I had to get me another little drink of Coke Zero there, guys. I get dried out, a little bit parched. I'm doing so much talking. Now, will I have to help this guy again? Maybe it was just a steepness in the angle of that curve right there, but it looks like it already had faced that same situation and it did okay. This time he should be able to be all right. I shouldn't have to help him on this one. It should start in the proper location. Yep. All right, so it was just one spot. That's interesting. And he's pulling away from that guy down there by so far. But that's all right. I don't think we have enough room. We can spread another. Let's look at it. Let's just see if maybe we can. Do we have room? Not really. I don't think we have room for another pass with the fertilizer spreader. No, we don't. We do not. So I will wait until I feel, I'll let him get another 3 or 4 passes, that harvester. I don't want to be throwing fertilizer over there onto the unharvested crop. I want to wait until everything is harvested and then I can throw my fertilizer down. Where's he at? He's at 43%. We'll ride along with this guy. Now I am buying fuel for everything. Of course, now fuel usage, fuel consumption is set to low, so it's not really costing me that much, but I do have helpers set back to buying fuel. I'm probably just going to leave it that way. I may not, but for this big field, because I didn't fill the fuel tank before I started it in the harvester, then I became concerned that, well, I don't want to have to worry about it. So I may just leave it set like that, because we're going to be making enough money. It's not going to hurt us that much. And what fuel I use by doing headland roads and stuff like that myself, then I'll replace it for free with free fuel. And I'll just let my helper buy the fuel. Now, how many more passes is, just go up here to the cultivator. How many more passes is it going to have before it gets to the island? 3 or 4? 3 or 4 maybe? We're going to ride along with him. Just to see. We'll help him when he needs it up here, get him situated. And we can just do one headland row, one circle around the island with this one, because it's smaller, so it will not take up as much room to get backed up and get everything it needs to cover. So I don't think we'll need to go around it twice. We'll just do the one. So I'm really happy with the way this is working out. Everybody's doing their job. They're doing a good job. We've got 5 different things going on at the same time in this field. And that is awesome. It's really nice to be able to look out. You got one worker here. You can see another worker over there working. You can look over here, you can see another worker working. And if I needed to, I could have that worker working. So we could have 4 helpers all working at the same time, doing 5 different processes at the same time. Now we'll be getting ready to help this guy out here very quickly. In fact, it's going to come down and we will take over. Once it gets back down here to the island, we will take over and help it out. And we will do basically the same thing we did with the harvester. But I think I only need to put one, I only need to go around the island one time. But we're going to, the same technique, we'll have him we'll have this guy, we'll go around the island and have him do this side over here. And then when he gets back over to the other side, then we'll take control again, bring him back down here and start him over. So we're getting ready to take this over right now. I'm just going to take it over right here. And then we're going to do this. Just like this. Oops. A little bit carried away right there. Let's get a little bit closer. There we go. %, grain tank full. Now let's see. Yeah, it'll be okay. Now we're going to come back over here. We're just going to put him back in it right here. And it won't take him but a couple of minutes to finish this little section right here. And then we'll take over. We'll get him started again, and then he can take off and do his thing. But before I get too far away, we'll have to run another row of fertilizer. But we'll wait and we'll get this guy started on the other side of the island. Then we'll run another row of fertilizer down through there. Yeah. Now, yeah, those rocks are in the way. But it managed to do what it needed to do, but you saw it run up there and hit that rock. So let's see. Actually, we can at the end of this pass right here, we can take over again. We're going to take over, and we're going to bring him back down here. And set him loose right here. Now, I want to do this. Before I do anything else, I want to do this. We're going to take another pass with this right here. Just one. Just one pass. Like this. And then we'll get set up for the next pass. Yeah. Actually, I can just go ahead and take the next pass. Our harvester will sit there and wait for us to get there. So we'll go ahead and do this right here. One more pass. That just lets our cultivator keep working. I won't have to stop the cultivator because he's waiting for more, well, I don't know, he might catch up. But we're going to yep, see how close I'm getting that fertilizer over there to the unharvested crop? That's really how I want it, just like that. It's maxed out that way. Now, where is this truck? We need this truck. And we need to go get I have crop damage turned off, which is good. Wow, 25% full. I am so curious to see how much money we will get off of this field. And we still got a ways to go yet. As far as the harvesting is concerned, we still got another tank or two to go. So we might get 50%. I don't know, well, probably not 50. We might get 40%. I'm gonna back out of the way because I'm going to be bringing a fertilizer spreader through here at some point. So I just want to have this guy out of the way. He can park over here. In fact, we can park on other people's land. Well, this guy still has not covered a whole lot of territory, but it's working away. So, can't complain. There's my street signs laying on the ground. And if y'all have been watching these live streams, even after they're posted as videos, you'll know that I do wish the street signs were toggled on and off with the traffic. If I don't have traffic, I don't need street signs. They're just in the way. They get knocked down, even the helpers knock them down. I've just seen a little walking mechanical animal come walking in here. I think my granddaughter sent it. Thankfully it stopped before it got too far in here because it was making noise. My grandkids keep turning on that toy, making noise. Okay, now let's see where we're at. I gotta watch for one of these kids to come in here so I can tell them to stop making that noise with that toy. Okay, let's see where we're at. Yeah, guys, I got to remember to repair this vehicle when I get back, when we get done, because the productivity is dropping. And I don't really have much choice but to finish. Well, thankfully we don't have a whole lot left to do. But I didn't realize that we would be down, or because that does affect productivity, I do believe. I think our yield drops some as we get more damage. Block by object. Oh. You couldn't go around us. But you know what? It is kind of a good thing that guy did that. Because I'm gonna have to make him stop. Literally, I am going to have to make that guy stop working. I really am. I'm going to have to make that guy stop working. That is way too far out there. So, I'm going to get to the end of this row down here, and then I'm just going to stop this guy until I can get more fertilized, because this guy is going faster. So we're just going to, yeah, I'm going to stop him when he gets right down here at the end. Once he gets turned around, lined out, I'm going to just stop what he's doing and have him sit there and wait for a while. Which means, of course, I'm going to fire the helper. But He's done such a good job, you know. I've actually used a couple of helpers now. I did fire one earlier because I made a little mistake and I needed to help him out just when I was bragging about him. Okay, we're gonna fire that guy and we'll restart him right there where he's at. We'll just leave this guy sit right where he's at for the moment. And we'll ride along with this guy for a few minutes. Now at this point, guys, I do not know how long I've been recording or live streaming. On my laptop it just says started streaming 2 hours ago, but it's been more than 2 hours. It'll say 2 hours until it says 3 hours, okay? And I don't know how close to that 3 hour mark we are, but I would say we're close. But this guy is kind of slow. I could bring my other seeder. This is a planter. This is for corn and sunflowers. But see how slow he's going? 3 miles an hour. Dragging, taking him a while to get going. So once I get through harvesting, fertilizing, and cultivating, depending on how much is left, I may have to go pick up our seeder and start at the other end of the field and just start working our way down towards this guy. But we'll see how it goes. But because he's only doing 6 meters at a time, that's what the seeder is also, I think, is 6 meters. So they're not real big, but this guy's not real fast either. But I am happy that I haven't had to help anybody. It just seems like this guy has not covered much ground. But I guess for the amount of time really that we've had him over here working, he's doing good. So, and I haven't had to help him at all yet, which is good. So let's hop up here. Oops, let's hop right here, and then we can just go back and forth between these two and see how it's going to work out. This guy won't need any help to finish up what he's doing. And see, he's at 6 miles an hour. And what was this guy working at? Oh, he's working at 6 miles an hour. Okay. I'm really happy with the process that we have going on in the field though, guys. We've got everything right where we want it to be. We'll let this guy make a few more passes and then we'll do another run with the fertilizer spreader. And then we can start the cultivator back up. But I want to make sure that this guy is plenty out of the way. And we just want to go back and forth, ride with both these guys. Now right up here is where the cultivator had a problem. Not on the end of this pass, but when it came back to this side of the field, on the next run is where it had a problem, and I had to help it. So let's see how this guy does. I'm not going to brag about this guy. And that's why. See, that's why you don't brag about it. Maybe it was on this run right here where the other guy had an issue. So we're going to ride with this guy and see what happens. We're going to have to empty this one. But I think I can just leave it sit. So we're going to ride with this guy. The harvester will fill its tank, but it'll just sit there and wait for us to come empty it. And that's fine. It can do that for a minute. Because I want to see what happens at the end of this row, at the other end of the field on this next row. Does this guy have trouble there too, in the same spot that the other one had trouble, the cultivator? Or was where we just helped this guy the same spot where we had to help the cultivator? I can't remember. I thought it was at the end of this row. But we only had to help the cultivator once. So we'll see what we have to do for this planter right here. And yeah, the harvester is full. It's waiting for us to come empty it, and that's fine, because it'll sit there until we do come empty it. We're paying for a helper to sit in our harvester and just wait for us. But that's fine. If we want to pay him to sit there and wait for us, then he can sit there and wait for us. Because I need to see what happens here. Do I need to help this guy? Because see, if I wasn't watching, he would have messed up right there. And then, yeah, because I think we're going to have to help him again right here. And then after that, he should be okay. But I think I am going to have to help the guy again. Yeah, you can kind of see right there, it's gauging where it needs to start at. So it just doesn't gauge quite correct. Or I think that's what it was doing. Yeah, see? Oh, it really messed up. Wow, that was a big one. All right, well. So there were a couple places where it needed help. Now we can go collect our grain. And we'll just let this one run like this. Actually, I can just ride along with this guy for right now. We'll get the cultivator started back up here in a few minutes. I do want to let that harvester run a couple more passes. I think would be the best thing to do. We'll just run down here like this, get out of the way. We have a top speed of 99 miles an hour in this thing right here. Wow. So we can just park right here, like we'll just stop like this, where we can see. Like that. Yeah, this guy definitely has a ways to go. So we may very well, once we get through with our fertilizer spreader, go grab our grab our seeder, not our other seeder, because we have one seeder and one planter. They're both planting, but one's called the seeder, the other one is called, this one is called the planter. Now this one, it should be okay. It should work out okay on this one. It doesn't have that real kind of like steep angle to the edge of the field where it's working. Yep, no problem. Okay. Now we can go ahead. Well, ooh, I can't go too far that way though, can I? I can't go too much that way. Maybe about something like this. I'm trying to get it to where I'm running kind of straight across the field. Yeah, about like that, something like that. We'll just give it something similar to this right here. And then we can send the cultivator out to do some more. And we'll just have to keep an eye on where it's at. We want to make sure it doesn't exceed where we fertilized, but it could actually work right up to the edge. We'll back up and catch that little spot right there. There we go. Could I get another pass down through here? I think I can. So let's see if we can do another pass. Well, I can't really do one on the other end though. So I might as well just wait. We'll go ahead and get this guy going again. We'll let he'll be able to do a few more passes. Now the reason we have to stop this guy is because he's traveling faster. He's traveling at 8 miles an hour. Our harvester is at 6 miles an hour. And our planter does not work faster than 6. It can get up to 6, but it's not going to go any faster. But that's pretty cool. We can look over there now. We can see 2 other helpers in the field. And we know there's another one sitting right there. He just can't do anything yet. But to me, that looks really cool. When you can look across your field and you can see other helpers out there doing stuff. And they're doing different things than what this guy's doing. But here, before too much longer, we'll have to be helping this guy on this part, get around the island. But we don't have to do it yet. We do have to keep an eye on the cultivator, make sure he doesn't get too close to the work over here. This guy is getting closer. So I think we can ride along with this guy for a few minutes, because I do want to make sure that it does not run out of the fertilized field. It cannot run past the edge of the fertilized field. I am glad that I started doing the multiple processes into one field, because could you imagine if I waited until this field was completely harvested before I started cultivating it, or even putting down fertilizer and then cultivating? We really would be here for many, many hours. So it is good that I started this video. I have been live streaming for more than 3 hours now. And it's guaranteed going to be 4, maybe 5 hours by the time it's done. Because that planter, that guy is not covering a lot of ground real fast. Although he's almost all the way out to the island. But there's so much more to do once he gets past the island. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll get the other. I'm pretty sure we're going to get our seeder out and get it started down at the other end and just let it work its way back this way. Once we get to that point. We're not at that point yet. This guy is only going to be able to make about 3 or 4 more passes, maybe 3 more passes, before he has to stop again because of this end right down here. Actually, I thought we might get 2 more passes. We may only get 1. No, I should be able to get 2. Just barely 2. Yeah. Alright, yeah, we'll get 2 passes. So he can go down there and back 1 more time. And then we'll have to stop him again. And that's okay. Because we need to jump over here and get in with that guy. But I think we can. Let's Let's just take a look and see how far I've got. Yeah, okay. So I can, I should be able to get down there and back and then go jump in with our other guy over there. So I think that's what we'll do. I will have to let that seeder do its thing, or the planter. I'll have to let it do its thing there on that one side of the island, as like we did with our other equipment here. And then, actually I may have to plant 2 rows around the edge. So we're gonna let this guy run down to the other end, get turned around, and then we will stop his work again. And we will go help, let's see, where are we at with this guy? This is 75%. He is getting closer and closer to the edge over there, isn't he? That's nice. That's really nice. Go back. We'll let this guy go down here. We'll let him get turned around. And then we will stop him and just wait. Yep, so this worked out real good. Our fertilizer sprayer is not sprayed on the same direction that these guys are going, though. It's a little bit different. That's a little bit weird, but it's okay. We're just going to let this guy turn around on his own, so that way he's lined out the way he wants to be. But we're not going to let him. We're not going to let him cultivate anything. When he gets ready to go, we're going to just back him up like that. We'll just back him up like that. That's all he needs. Now we're going to go jump in with this guy so we can help this guy, because he's going to need help up here. So it looks like we'll be able to finish this pass, and then it will come back down, and I will take control of it, and we will go around the island a couple times planting, and then we'll go back on the other side there and let him do his thing, and take back control, get him started back over here, and we'll be good to go. I do think that's how it'll work. Our harvester, if he gets a full tank, then like we've seen previously, he'll just sit there and wait for us. He'll sit there with the pipe out and just wait for us to come empty it. And that's fine. Because right now I need to stay with this guy, at least for another couple minutes, and then we can probably go empty the tank on our harvester and then come back and help this guy again. Now, see, I don't know why they do that, instead of just bringing another row all the way down here. But I just decided to fire that guy. And now we can wait. Yeah, we'll leave that like that. Now we will like this, and we're going to go around this way. Yeah, just like this. Like this. And then we want to go around one more time, just so I have room, or just so the helper has room. We want to make sure that nothing's in his way. This is okay like this. And then we want to come out just a little bit wider here, so he'll have plenty of room to get turned around on this side of the field. So he can work over here. Look at that. It didn't even cultivate that right there. There's some kind of little dip in the field. So it didn't plant it either. Okay, now what we do is we come up here and we set the helper to work again. And then we will help it when it gets to the end. When it gets over on the other side there of the island, or what we just did around, then we'll go help it out a little bit. We'll get it back over on the other side and get it, set it free, and it'll be good and should be able to finish out the job. So it's going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about five passes. Aha, that guy's ready for us. All right, welcome back, or welcome if you haven't been here before. We just got through helping out our our planter over here. We've got our cultivator on hold once again. We're going to have to let this guy go, yep, 2 more passes. And then we'll get him back over on the other side of the field. You can see a little spot right there that we did not cultivate. The cultivator bumped over it, so it has to have a little dip in that field right there. And that makes it really hard to use big equipment on this map. Now, when this guy gets over to the part we did around that island, then we'll take control and shift its position and restart it. Because it'll work out real well that way. But I was surprised to see this spot up here in the field. So we're going to right here, and then from there we just want to see this spot right here. It didn't cultivate it or anything right there. And that's really weird. I don't know why it did it. There's some kind of just a little dip in the field right there. Now we'll get this thing started back over here. And this guy should run the rest of the field on his own now. Should not need our help for the rest of it. I really can let this guy run a few more times before I worry about doing any more fertilizing. And then we'll get the cultivator running again. Now, I'm gonna let this sit here and run for a minute, guys. I need to go to the bathroom right quick. So I'm just gonna let this run. Everything's gonna work out fine. And I'll be back in just a minute. Okay guys, I'm back. That's what happens when you drink too much Coke Zero during a live stream. Now let's see where we're at. I want to see what this guy's doing. Let me see what I'm going to have to do. Because he's going to think he's done when he gets to the end right here. He's going to think this is it. But it isn't. So what we're going to do, and see, it won't plant right there either. So I'm going to have this big gap. What we're going to do is we're going to back up and we'll just start this guy over again back here at the end of this row, and then he'll be good to go. So I got back just in the right amount of time, just like this. And now he'll be fine. Now we can actually, we can do another. Is that going to catch it? Nope. I got him. There we go. Just like that. Now see, my fertilizer spreader and some of my other equipment are not working at this on the same angle. And I'm not sure how I got off on that, but I did. So it doesn't matter. I just have to watch the cultivator to make sure the cultivator doesn't get ahead of the fertilizer sprayer. So he can run a few, he can make a few passes and then we'll have to stop him again, because he's running faster than the harvester. If I hadn't had to stop it, oh, we ran out. All right, well, I got to go get more. That's all I can do. But that's not going to hurt nothing. We'll just go get more. These other people can just keep working. Hopefully they won't fall apart while we're gone. Wow. See, that's a big field. It took an entire fertilizer spreader full, which tells me I need to use the helper some. And that way I won't have to make the trip. Really, I don't mind making the trip from there. It's not that far, but we have fertilizer over here. Let's use it. Let's use it. Which one was the fertilizer? Let's go look. Our helpers will be okay. Which one is fertilizer? Solid fertilizer. Corteva. So that's going to be refill fertilizer spreader. And that took care of that. We got rid of that pallet. I wonder how come it doesn't look white in there. That's interesting. Oh well. Usually when it fills it up white. It must be because I started it in that pallet, from the pallet, so it's just maintained what we had going. We'll just shoot up this way. Let's see. There we are. We'll just get right back where we were. And continue along. There we go. Perfect. Let's see, the next pass will be over here. But we gotta wait. But at least now this guy can get back to work for a couple of minutes. If we didn't have to keep pausing this guy could have had the whole field done already. He would have been done. As much time as he has spent just sitting on the side waiting to work. Okay, we have a full harvester full, I can see that. So we may end up with 40% of a tank right here, a trailer load. We might get a little bit more than 40. Yeah, we might get close to 45. I'm not sure how many more times we can fill the tank on that harvester. That's the thing. We're just going to drive all the way out of here, because I don't want it sitting in the field when I spread fertilizer. Although, you can leave a vehicle sit on the field and use that fertilizer spreader, and it will spread the fertilizer underneath. Yep, no problem. Other than it's slow, 6 miles an hour. Got a long ways to go, but he's coming along. Coming along. And we are getting closer and closer and closer to the big moment when we can go find out just how much money we make off this field. The next time we harvest this field though, we are going to make more money because we're going to have a higher yield due to better fertilization. And that's the good news. Knowing that in the future, we're going to make a little bit more than what we're going to make on this one right here. Now I'm thinking once this harvester gets finished, I'm going to reset the fuel back to for it not to buy, for the helper not to buy the fuel. All I got to do is make sure I fuel up before I come to work. I think the fuel is not an issue. I think the fuel will last long enough to work this whole field. So it will save us some money. Actually, I'm going to just go ahead and go back in here and change it right now. Fuel off. If I need to, before I run out of fuel, I'll change it back if I need to. Because I don't have a portable fuel tank, so I can't let it run out of fuel. I won't be able to fuel it up again unless I go buy a portable fuel supply. So I do have to keep an eye on that, but we're spending more money buying fuel for it. All in all, maybe not that much more, but I guess there's no point, there's no reason for us to spend money on stuff that we don't have to spend money on. I kind of keep looking over there, I keep an eye on the maintenance is coming down. Once it gets into the red, we're losing yield. We're not working. I may have to take that harvester up there and go repair it. I'm hoping I don't have to, but we still got quite a bit left to do. Now, one thing I got to do here too, I got to keep an eye on this guy. So this is the guy that's most important right now. Because I got to make sure he doesn't get over there into that area that's not fertilized yet. And that might be at the end of this row. I don't know if we could do another row. If it can, we'll let it. So that at least we've done as much as he can possibly do. We are getting closer and closer and closer. That guy's coming along. He is working away. So, I mean, he has quite a bit to do yet, but he has done a good chunk of what he's got. So we might just let him finish it. We may not bring our seeder over here. I was going to, but maybe I'll just let this guy have the glory. We'll let him get the glory. Now I'm going to let this guy turn around. We can't let him start again because he's going to be over there into that unfertilized area, and we cannot work that part yet. We're not ready for that. But I will let him get turned around. There he goes. Now we'll just back up like this. And we'll just sit right there. I can't do the fertilizer yet because I don't want to fertilize over there in the unharvested area. So this is the problem when you have multiple things going on. But look where we're at. We've got all these different things. They're right here. So as the harvester finishes the field, we're going to have everybody else coming right up behind him finishing the field. That's awesome. I'm just kind of watching right now so I can see the other equipment when it comes back around. There he comes over the top of the hill. And our harvester should be popping up here in a minute. I'm wanting to see everybody at the same time, working away, working. Of course, these two vehicles aren't actually working right now. There's nothing for them to do. They just have to wait. But they're right here. Sorry guys, I had to turn the mic off right there. That big sneeze finally came. All right, there's our guy there. Where's our harvester? Is he full? Or we just can't see him yet? Looks like he's right there. Yeah, he just popped into view. It's funny, they're invisible, and then when they pop into a certain range, then they suddenly appear. I could see that the crop was disappearing, but I couldn't see the harvester. It was invisible. So this is nice to see all these working vehicles right here, all doing different aspects of this field. We have unharvested, harvested, first fertilization, cultivating, and planting, and second fertilization. All right here. Boom. That looks so cool. And you know what's so cool too? Is we've got the right equipment now. It's small, but you can't use large equipment on this map. It just doesn't work. But the helpers are actually able to work the equipment without too much assistance. Really, because when you think about it, only in that one spot on the edge of the field over there did we have to help the cultivator one time, and we had to help the planter a couple of times. But other than that, they have not needed help, and it just so happens that when they needed help, we had already jumped into that vehicle. The timing was perfect for us just to go check them out, see where they were at. Boom, they needed help. Sometimes you have to kind of drop down to see if you can see stalks growing. It's hard to sometimes tell exactly what's going on in the field. So we can let this guy run a couple more passes, and then maybe we can do another fertilization. Yeah, I think we need to run a couple more. Just one more, and then we can send that guy down here again to the other end of the field. Let the cultivator make a couple of passes. Keep everybody advancing. So I hope it's been interesting to see how I stagger the helpers to bring the whole field in one progressive type, I'm not sure, a flow to the work. to bring the whole field. We're just bringing that whole field right along with us. Because originally I was going to harvest this whole field, then I was going to fertilize the whole field, I was going to cultivate the whole field, and then I was going to plant the whole field. Now I haven't even finished harvesting the field, and I've been live streaming for probably about 3 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. Probably close to that. Probably not 3.5 hours, well, maybe close to 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 20 minutes, something like that, probably. And haven't even finished with one stage. So can you imagine if I had waited until I got through with the harvesting before I even started the next stage? This really would have been like a 12-hour job, or at least probably, at least 8 to 10 hours, if not 12. Now, one thing I am interested in, I haven't looked at, let's look at this right here. Let's look at our headers and see what the dimension is on the header. It's a 6 meter also. So we are working, so like our harvester and our planter they're both working a 6 meter width at 6 miles an hour, roughly 6 miles an hour. So just by looking at that, we've got probably close to 4 hours. It's going to be close to 4 hours by the time we're through harvesting. It would have took just the planter itself another 4 hours to plant the whole thing. And then the cultivator in the middle, well, it wouldn't have took too long to do the fertilization. That really would not have taken a real long time. We'd have had to go back and get more fertilizer like we did, but time-wise, that itself would not have taken a long time. And I think the cultivator would probably have done maybe where this takes 4 hours, the cultivator, because it's a little bit wider tool and it operates at a little bit faster speed, because it was operating at 8 miles an hour. So it probably would have took at least 2 hours. So yeah, this would have been a 10-hour live stream if I had done it the way I wanted to, or originally was going to. Not the way I wanted to, but the way I originally was going to do it. So I'm glad I changed my mind. Although one day I might do it the way I was originally going to do it, just to see how long the live stream would be. But it would probably be a 10-hour live stream. And I don't know if anybody would really want to watch a 10-hour live stream. It depends on the reason why people watch in the first place. Alright guys, just had another little yawn there at 12:30 at night in where I live. Are we full again? We are full again. Oh, where's my truck? There's my truck. So we'll hit the 40% mark. Will we get up to 45%? We just might. I am so curious to see how much money we're going to make off this field. There's 100,000 liters. Oh yeah. We're going to be close to $500,000. I bet. We might even be more than that. But I don't want to get too high on my my estimations. I'm guessing, I'm hoping 500,000. If it's more than 500,000, that's even awesome. Let's see if we can do a fertilizer. Let's see if we can do a run of fertilizer down through here. Yeah. Whoop. Come on now. Come on now. At least we can get the cultivator running again. It's always nice to get towards the end of a field where you can see the end of the field on the home stretch. I can turn around, I can go back the other way with this fertilizer spreader. Get a little bit more of it done. Now we'll go back this way. We'll do as much as we can. It's just unfortunate that I'm not running at the same angle as the harvester is. And I think that's because it's hard to, well, because I'm just driving around anyway, but because everything's at different angles, it's kind of making it hard for me to, you can see the lines on the on this field. The lines are actually lined up like that. But we're not. We're running across, kind of cross-grained a little bit. And the harvester is too. So I just want to control this end down here. I want to make sure we don't get over into the unharvested crop. So we got to change course just a little bit here. Yeah, about like this will be pretty good. Yeah. Just to make sure we miss that edge right there. Okay. We can just park over here like this. Now we can send this guy for a couple of runs. He can make a few passes. We'll have to keep an eye on him. And our seeder is right there, not too far behind now. That's really nice. We're going to have everybody finishing up this field kind of not exactly at the same time, but following each other right up. That's just going to be like so cool. And then we have to drive all our equipment back over to the home farm, or to the yard, over to the yard. I'm not sure how many passes this guy will be able to make before we have to stop him again. I'm surprised. Well, we've had to stop this guy and let him sit for a while, but in a way that's good, because now our planter is right here beside us. And it makes it look really cool when all these guys are working right beside each other, each doing a different job in the same field. I just think that's so cool. Now we do need to keep an eye on, I just have to keep circling through here. Got to keep an eye on the maintenance on this thing. Now as you can see, we're going to have a little bit of a problem with the helper. Because on this end of this field right here is curved. We got this curve. The helper is going to have a problem. So we're going to have to help it on one end or the other. But he's got a couple more passes before we have to worry about it. So we're just going to keep an eye on it, because this is the critical guy right here. We've got to make sure he doesn't get over there into that unfertilized part of the field. And he's got a few more passes that he can make yet. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Probably 3 more passes. We'll see, maybe 4. We'll see. I just know we're going to have to help that harvester. We'll have to help all these guys when they get on the very end of that field down there. The last couple of passes. Because I have that curve in it. But I knew when I put all these curves in the fields that it was going to make it more complicated for helpers. But I will say the helpers have done really a fantastic job. I'm happy with how they've performed as far as on this field. Can you imagine if I'd have been using the plow instead of the cultivator? The plow on every end of the field, I was having to help it. So that would have been a 4-hour job. But it was a 9-meter plow, so it plowed even more, a wider berth than even the cultivator is. So in that regard, it would have covered the ground even a little bit faster. But I would have had to help it on each end of the field, on every pass just about, more than likely. So that would not have been good at all. Now, while he's getting turned around, let's see where this guy's at, okay? So I don't have to worry about it yet. He's still got right up like one more pass, and then I got to do that little section on that end and then get him started on this, back down on this end again. And that is what you run into when you start putting curves in your field edges, because the helper's not going to follow the curves. The helper works in straight lines. So we end up cutting one end of the field off from the other end of the field when you put a curve in there. Well, depending on which direction the curve goes. In this case, the curve comes into the field instead of going out of the way from the field. And that just makes, you know, it cuts it off, as you can see. You may not have seen it real well, but you will now on this next pass. But I've got to watch this guy. I've got to see where he's at. It looks like I might be able to make one more pass with this guy. I don't think I can do two. But you'll see what I'm talking about with the harvester. It's essentially going to separate the field into two parts. Oh, this guy might, yeah, I can do two passes. Okay, I'm okay. Because as you can see, he's going to go up here and he's going to harvest everything there is to harvest. And then when he gets up to the other end of the field, he's going to have unharvested field up on that corner, on the top corner up there. And then he's still going to have this section down here, but he's going to have this area in between that's already fully harvested. So it's going to separate. He's going to do that up on that end. He'll finish that section up at the top up there. I think he will. I think he'll finish the top section and then think he's done when he really isn't done. But I really just, I want to pay attention to this guy too. And this guy. Now you see how he's coming in here to where now all of this is already fully harvested. So he's going to go up here, I think, and he's going to harvest the rest of this little section up here, and then he's going to think he's done. He's not going to realize that he's still got to go back down there and finish that part of the field down there. And I'm sure that's what he's going to do. I just want to keep an eye on these other things. Got to keep an eye on everything. Now, when this guy turns around, now this may be the last pass this one can do. So we'll follow it. We'll go with this one for right now. We'll see what the harvester does. I'm pretty sure the harvester is just going to do that upper section right there. Maybe I can hop over there for a second. We'll see if he turns around. I really got to keep an eye on the cultivator. I do not want it to get outside of what's been fertilized already. If it gets out in front of the fertilizer spreader, that is not going to be good. But I think this guy's going to turn around right here. I don't think it will recognize that there is still field over there for him to do. Okay, yeah, he's going to turn around, so we can now I can come back here because I think this is the last run that he can do. Our seeder is right there, our planter, right there. That's awesome. Close by, catching up. And he will be catching up. We'll have to pay attention to him too because this guy's going to have to sit here until we can get some more fertilizer down, which means I got to finish harvesting this over here. So by then our seeder or our planter will be catching up with our cultivator. Now we'll let him get turned around and ready to start again, and then we'll halt his activity. Just back him up a little bit like that. And then we'll bring this guy over here because he's going to be next. And we'll just park him right here for now. Now this guy's going to think he's done. See? He thinks he's done because he finished this section up here. He does not realize that because this curve in the field separated him from this part of the field where he was working earlier. So what do we have to do? We have to drive him down here. And get him working again. Now he'll be able to finish the rest of the field without our help. We will have to empty him out one more time. And it looks like as far as our wear and tear, maintenance, will survive. We'll make it, but then we will definitely have to take it up and do some maintenance on it, which we have not done. In fact, I don't know that I've had to perform, I can't remember if maybe I did one time, but I know it hasn't been much that I've had to take the harvester up and repair both it and the header. So that's good. And one thing about our repair shop, our toolbox, I could actually go get it, pick it up, and bring it down here to the harvester if I needed to. All right, here we go. We just might get 45% of this trailer full, which means we could harvest this field twice and not fill this trailer. Wow, that's a lot of capacity in it on this trailer. Now we're kind of just going to sit here in this truck for a minute. I want to give the harvester time to get out of the way. And then we will start backing up a little bit. There we go. That worked out all right. All right. Let's see here. I don't want to get too close. Now we can go ahead and fertilize the entire top part of this field. And have that done. And then we can send the cultivator on. I was hoping I would not miss that little tiny bit right there. I knew it was going to be close, but I thought maybe I could avoid that. We'll get this part done. Oh, I knew I was going to miss that part right there. I overturned. Oversteered. And then we can just I'm going to try to run this down just a little bit better. I just don't want to, yeah, about like this. Something similar to that right there. Just so it's close. I don't want it to get over into that part, but I do want it to be close. So I have as much done as I can. Yeah, that's really nice like that. And then we can send the cultivator out. Beautiful. Now we can just let the harvester finish, and then we'll go finish that off with one pass. Let's get the cultivator running again. The cultivator may catch up with us by the time the harvester gets done. We will see. But I'm pretty sure the harvester will finish this time. I don't think we'll have to empty it again. until it's done. Yeah, it looks like we'll be able to get it all on this pass. Or not on this pass, but with this tank full. I don't think we'll fill this tank again. That's what I'm trying to say. Hey, it's been a 4-hour live stream already. Somebody sent me a text message on my cell phone here. What is that little spot right there? What am I looking at right there? What is that? Well, I don't know, but it's not stopped sticking up. Huh, interesting. I just saw that dark spot. But it's no big deal, I don't guess. Well, we may have another hour to go. I'm thinking it might take that planter over there another hour. Let's keep an eye on this guy. We want to make sure he does not get ahead of the fertilizer. But this is nice to have everybody working close together, finishing up a field. That's really nice. But we may have another hour. I'm guessing another hour. And it is 12:56 in the morning where I live. So we'll see how close that is. Another hour. So say 2 o'clock. About 2 o'clock in the morning, my time. By the time the planter gets finished planting. This guy can make a couple more passes, so we're okay with that. I'm happy I can leave him unattended for a few minutes. Actually, I should take a look at this guy. Okay. Don't see any place down through there he's missed. Good. All right. This guy is almost done. 2 more passes, and that'll be it for him, which is great. And we can go ahead and take this back up to the farm when it gets done. Although I may want to finish fertilizing first. That way our cultivator can just keep working. Because my concern is I would take the harvester back up to the main yard area and our cultivator would get ahead of our fertilizer. And we don't want that. In fact, we have to make sure that does not happen. There's a very specific order in which this stuff has to be done. So last pass for the harvester. Wow. And it has been over 4 hours that the harvester So pretty, you know, give or take that I took 15 minutes to get into it before we got started maybe. So yeah, it's been a 4-hour harvesting job. And there it is, finished, awesome. So I'm going to go empty this, and then we'll finish fertilizing so that the cultivator can just work. Okay. Now, we're going to go over here and we're going to finish fertilizing. Oops. I thought I turned that on, but it didn't seem to turn on, did it? Now it's turned on. Can I get this in one pass? Well, no, I cannot. I could have if I'd have been lined up right. See? Oh, well, maybe no, I couldn't have. Oh, too bad. It would have been really close. That's all right. We're going to go back down there anyway. Now the cultivator could run. We don't have to worry about it. It can go ahead and finish the field, although it will not finish the field. It will do the same thing the harvester did. It's going to separate the top part from the bottom part. We can take this, we might as well just drive this back since we're here. We're in it. We might as well take it back. And we'll just go ahead and fuel it up and repair it. Do our maintenance on it. We'll just do that with all of our equipment when we bring it back up. Although this is not in bad shape, it doesn't really need it, but we might as well do it just to have it done. See, this field at first I was thinking it was ready to harvest, but it's not. It'll be more of a brown. Let's see, right here. Oh, almost ran right into it. We can refuel. And then we have to get out to, I wish we did not have to get out to open up the repair shop. Repair it, pow. Okay? And then we might as well fill it back up. And then we can drop it off right here. Fine. And we'll just go ahead and hitch back up to this because this is what we normally use. I need to buy another tractor for the fertilizer, fertilizer spreader. I'm starting to get tired. Okay, let's see. We can bring this guy back. We got the cultivator still just doing his job, so yeah, we just go ahead and take this guy back. It's a little bit slower drive, 12 miles an hour. I think I can run faster than that in this game. I actually do. I think when you get out and run, you're actually running faster than this right here. It seems like it. We'll get this guy back, repair it, fuel it up, and it'll be good to go for a while then. Can I drive this thing between these two structures? The silos, I don't know if it'll fit through there or not. I've never tried it. It might, it should. It's only 6 meters. Yeah, it should fit through there. Oh yeah, no problem. Refuel. Repair. And repair, that's the one that was damaged. Now we're good. Now we'll take it back down here. And park it under the tree. Just like that. Now then, let's take where is this going to go? Well, let's go this way. Let's go around this way and see. Yeah. What is this? Let me look at something. Well, that's not exactly what I was looking for. This is what I wanted to look for. I'm looking to see if I can see just any sign of one of these collectibles. Just right quick, because I saw that bridge, so I thought, well, we might as well just go look right here right quick, just to see if I see anything sitting around, and I don't. Let's go see how much money we make. That's what I'm most interested in. And this brings us back up on the other side of this field. Here's the big moment. Here's the big moment. I hope this thing will raise up enough to actually empty. Oh, it is. Are we going to make 500? Oh, we made, oh shoot, look at that. We made $800,000. Oh my goodness. Yes, and that wasn't even half a tank. That wasn't even half. Wow. That is awesome. Absolutely awesome. We're just going to take this down here. We're going to park it down here by the silo. Now, this guy's got a while to go before he's finished. We'll ride with this guy until he gets done. $808,000. So yes, a full trailer full, 250,000 liters. That would definitely be what, 1.6 million. A full trailer full probably would be maybe 1.7 million, something like that. Because we were under half a tank. We had less than half of the capacity, and we made $808,000. Now we do have to remember that in the future the yield is going to be more. We will get more in the future. So we just might, on the next time, we might just actually hit $1 million on this field. Because we were only at like about 85% yield, and we'll be at 95%, so we will get a little bit more, and that might, just might, get us up to the $1 million mark. Wouldn't that be amazing? I was hoping that at the least we'd get 500,000, and we got 800,000. We can pay off our loan. We can pay off our loan and still have $500,000 left. Man, I'm anxious to do this again. So he says, after just spending so far 4 hours and what will be 5 hours doing one field, he says he's anxious to do it again. But I am, because I want to see the difference that we get in the price of. I think we should come close to $1 million field. And even if we don't get $1 million, that's fine. We know that we're getting at a minimum $800,000. But we're going to increase the yield on the next time. So we'll actually get more grain next time. So we've got to be probably some $900,000, $850,000, $900,000. Wow, that's amazing. It's not $1 million field unless it's $1 million field. So I'm still hopeful that the next time we harvest this field, we'll be able to hit $1 million. That the yield will bring us up to that, to where we'll hit the $1 million mark. But if we don't, I'm still happy. $800,000. It's going to be more than 800. You know, like I said, 850, maybe 900. But even if we hit 850,000, 800,000, that's, you know, that's awesome. We can buy property. We can buy land with that. And we need to buy land, so. But before I buy any more land, I'm going to pay off that loan. I'm going to get that out of the way. Because that way, when we look up there at our bank account, we know that's all our money. Right now, it's not all our money. $400,000 of that belongs to the bank. So we're going to pay that off. We may wait until the beginning of next episode to pay it off. I may not go do that on this episode. Now we're not going to get to the end of this field and still have $900,000 because we're paying for seed, we're paying for fertilizer, and I think it's going to take more than the $9,700 to finish the field. But we'll see. It would be nice if we still had $900,000 at the end. Because then I could pay the $400,000, get the loan paid off, and still have $500,000 in our bank account. And then it really would be ours. Oh, now come on. Cultivator, you are not finished. Now, like I said, this guy will do the same thing as the harvester, except he'll do it down on the bottom edge. He's going to do it down. He'll finish this bottom part and not finish the top part because he's going to be able to go up there and come all the way back, and then the two sections are going to be cut off. They'll be separated. And he'll think he's done when he's really not done. So we'll have to drive him back up here and finish that. That's okay. I could let him come down here and turn him around, go finish, and that's probably what I'll do. I'll turn him around myself and send him back up to the top part, have him finish this part up here, then go back down to the bottom part. Because the bottom part puts me on the road that goes back to the farm. This road right here goes up to the dealership. But we want to buy this property over here too. This in between these two roads, we want to buy all that. But we might want to buy that section over there, just that smaller section over there first. Don't know yet. Haven't decided. We'll see how it works out. Right now, we're not going to buy anything yet. Just want to see how this guy's doing, see if it looks like he's missed anything. Nope. Everything's looking good. As far as I can tell. Nothing's been missed. And when you look at it from this way now, not a lot to go, but it's slow going, 6 miles an hour. So what I think I'm going to do right here, guys, is I'm going to let this guy get over to where he's working in the grass. Like that. And then we're going to turn him around. And send him this way. And then we'll put him back down on the bottom side. We'll let him finish this up here first. And like I said, that's a problem when you have a curve in your field, because they're not going to follow the curve. They work in straight lines. So that's okay. You just have to know that's what's going to happen. Yeah, there's no way we're going to get to the end of the field and still have $900,000. We're just not going through the, because there's too much left to do. I mean, even though he's getting closer, there's still quite a bit for him to do yet. So it actually costs a lot of money. So we didn't make $800,000 profit by any means, guys. We probably make $700,000 profit. Or maybe a little bit more than that. It probably costs, I don't know. I'm not real sure. Let's see what it takes just to finish this little bit, what we have, this section here. If we still have 900,000, then we can figure it costs like 10 grand and then 10 grand. And, we'll just see when we get to the end of it what we got going on. Welcome back. Look at our money. We sold our soybeans in this field, our tractor trailer, and one thing I did not do, I didn't pay attention to how full the trailer was, but it was less than half full, less than 50%. And we got $808,000 off of this field of soybeans. $808,000. And next time it will be more, because the yield percentage is going to go up. I'm not sure how much more. Will we hit 900,000 next time? Maybe. Maybe 850,000, 900,000. $1 million would be cool. Would be real cool, but I don't know that our yield is going to go up enough to get us to $1 million. But we will definitely increase the yield by roughly 10%, maybe. Maybe not 10, maybe 7. But still, that's 7% of what we had. I mean, that's, well, 7%, 10% of $800,000 would be 80,000. So we're still looking at 900,000. So I don't think we'll hit the $1 million mark, but we might get lucky and hit the 900,000. But still, if we get up to 850,000, $850,000 off of one field is just pretty good. But it's a long job. By the time we're done, it's going to be over a 5-hour job in real time. So all we have left to do now, we're going to finish this right here. We got to jump down to the bottom edge down there, finish cultivating that. And then it's just a matter of letting the seeder, you can't hardly see them down there. You can see them in the red down there. He's actually operating a planter. I don't know why they have different names for them when they're both planting seed in the ground. But one's called a seeder, one's called a planter, and I keep calling them by the wrong names. But anyway, the guy who's planting our soybeans over there, he has still got some time to go. It's going to take him a little while to finish yet. So this will be an entire episode devoted to one field. And that's good. Originally, I thought that we were going to have 2 fields, and I was going to do this one first and then go do the other one. But as long as it's taking to do this field, I'm glad that other field wasn't actually ready. because it would have been another hour. That would take another hour or so to get that field done, on top of doing this one. And I'm pretty sure that by the time we get this field done, the stream will be more than 5 hours. Okay, now, this guy is not done. He thinks he's done, but he is not done, because this curve right here, the curve I have in this field separates the top part from this bottom part. So now we're going to turn him back loose again right here and let him go actually finish his job. And then we just have to wait for the rest of it to be planted. Already got the other equipment taken back, got it repaired, refueled, and we'll do the same thing with this one when he gets done. And then we'll do the same thing with the planter when it gets done. This has worked out really well. But it just goes to show with, if you just stay on top of it, keep switching between the vehicles and everything. Hey Paul, how's it going, man? Thank you very much. Hey, I just harvested this field of soybeans, and I got $800,000. Hey, I was watching some of your live stream yesterday, man. No, that's not bad at all. I was hoping for a $500,000 field, and I got an $800,000 field. And the next time it will go up a little bit, because I was only at like an 85 or 85% yield or something, because this was a grass field that I plowed up. So, and you know, when you plow, when you first create your field, you don't get the full 100% fertilization out of it. You only get like 87. So I was watching you do some lime on your fields yesterday. Yeah, you have to lime every third time. Yeah, every 3 times for lime. Actually, for periodic plowing I think is every 3 times. That too. I have all that stuff turned off right now. But yeah, I did notice that you were using precision farming when I was watching last night. I did, because I could see the lines. So yeah, I did notice that. Now let's see, I've got everything done except for this guy. Yeah, I don't use that precision farming. I think that precision farming is like for more experienced players. Are you live streaming? Or are you going to be live streaming? Oh, okay. So it came with the DLC. Yeah, I've never used that precision farming. I think it's too technical for my experience level right now. I have seen some other people use it, and that's why I say that. I think it's beyond my technical capabilities at the moment for this game, my experience level. Have you, there is another thing you can use too. You know how you can, I don't know if you've used it or not, but there's something that I saw where you can lay out like a track for like the helpers to follow. So you can you can set up the path that you want them to take and everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I got to tell you, Paul, I've mentioned this in a couple of my live streams. I do not know how like devoted to doing live streams that I want to be. I don't know if I want to do a live stream every day. Do I want to do one a week? What do I want to do? Right now I'm enjoying it, but I'm not a real big gamer, so I don't want to get burnt out on doing it all the time either. That guy did not do what he was supposed to do. I got to fix it. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about that. I'm just not familiar with it. Yeah. I just, like I said, I don't have the experience with everything. I've never used that precision farming, but it seems a little like it's a little bit too technical for my experience level. Although I will tell you now, yeah, that sounds like it's about right. Yeah, because I think on some of this other stuff, even like if you have periodic plowing turned on, I think every third time is when you have to do stuff. And I have that kind of stuff turned off, but I still like I within my own mind, I tell myself, well, because I'm using a cultivator instead of a plow, so actually I'm going to do it every fourth time, not every third time. So every fourth time I'm going to plow, but I'm going to change crops on that time too and stuff like that. But at one time on this field right here that I'm finishing up with this planting soybeans, but at one time I was harvesting, fertilizing, cultivating, planting, and second fertilizing all at the same time. I had all five stages going, moving up through this field all together at the same time. Oh, Farming Simulator Club. I'll have to look him up. FS Club, okay? I'll show you my map just so you can see my farm so far. You haven't been here in a few days. Let me see. So you can see what I've got farming so far. One big, huge soybean field. So that's what I own so far. So I haven't been doing it too long. Well, what, 12 episodes? Yeah, I'm gonna go check him out at FS Club. Yeah, I'll definitely go check that out. I think this is going to be my longest live stream that I've done by the time I get through planting this field, because I probably got another 30 minutes or more before it's done. And the way I was going to do this, originally the way I was going to do this field, I would probably have like a 10-hour live stream, but I decided to get multiple operations going at the same time. So that's going to save a bunch. It's going to save a lot of time, but I'm still going to end up having like 5.5, close to maybe 6 hours. Yeah, all right, Paul. I'm glad you stopped by, man. Always good to see you. I appreciate your support. Yeah, so now it's just a matter of just waiting and letting this guy finish planting this field. Well, I'm guessing this guy's got about 30 minutes left to finish. So this will definitely be my longest live stream. But remarkably, I'm not that tired yet. It's only 1:50 in the morning. My other 5-hour live stream didn't end until about 7:30 in the morning. And thankfully, I haven't had to help this guy too much, or my other helpers. They all did a good job this time. And they're so hard to use when you have fields with curved edges like I use on this map. They require so much help. And if you've watched some of my other streams, you see the helper with the plow, it's just not worth it. So I switched over to the cultivator, and it did real well with the cultivator. But I was really surprised on this field. The whole process worked real smoothly. And I had 5 different operations going on at the same time in this field. Yeah, we got at least another 30 minutes to go. Oh gosh. It would be kind of fun sometime to do this field the way I was going to do it. One process and then the next, just one step at a time. But man, I know it would be like a 10-hour live stream. And I don't usually play for that long at one time. But one thing about it, see, is I don't have very many subscribers. So if I don't do a whole lot, there can't be a whole lot of disappointment. But you don't want to build a channel on like doing live streams every day, especially like 3, 4, 5-hour live streams every day, so people know that every day they can come hang out for a while. And then you kind of, you get into it for a little bit and people get used to it and they're liking it. They look forward to being able to come hang out and just chill for a while, and then you stop doing it because you kind of don't have that motivation. So I want to be careful. Right now I am enjoying doing it, but does that mean a month from now I'm still going to want to be doing it? That I can't say. If I see progress, if I see the channel growing and people coming into chat and stuff like that, then, you have that motivation factor. So I really can't speak to it because I don't know, because I don't have that yet. I mean, it's not like I have people coming into chat other than Paul. All right, this guy's getting closer. and he's not needing help, and that's a good thing. I might even get this field finished and still have $900,000 left too, which would be awesome. Welcome to those who are watching. We're just finishing up this field right here. It was soybeans. We harvested it. We got $800,000. And we're just now getting to the end of finishing planting it back again with soybeans. And it has been about a 5.5-hour live stream so far, around that neighborhood, maybe a little bit longer even. I'm pretty sure by the time we're done with this field, it will be 6 hours, a little more than 6-hour live stream. I appreciate the people that watch, just so you know that. Even if you can't access the chat, I do appreciate the people that watch. That's cool. It's inspiration, it's motivation. So if you get a chance to say hello in chat, do that so I know who's watching. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, hey, it's a small channel, but I hope to do some other games too. But right now, basically I'm playing this game, but I have a couple of live streams of SnowRunner, and there's a couple other games I want to put on here too. Just really trying to figure out something I can do. And I think this game right here is actually the best game I can play on here, because I can actually set the controller down, let the helpers do the work for me, and I can just monitor what's going on. You know, one thing I was going to point out about this game, I figured this out a long time ago actually. You know, it doesn't matter whether you start out as a new farmer, farm manager, or start from scratch. It really does not matter, because you are going to end up playing as farm manager. So it's a little bit weird that, you know, that one of the modes is called farm manager, because regardless, if you hire a helper, you are now a farm manager. So the very first time you hire a helper, you become a farm manager. So you're always going to be a farm manager. I didn't really realize that when I first started playing this game, but then it didn't take long for me to actually realize that, well, it doesn't matter how you start the game, which of those 3 modes you start at, you're still going to be a farm manager. I just had 5 operations going at the same time in the same field. So I was managing all those helpers. Okay, welcome back, Paul. Uh, the last I heard about the newest release for Farming Simulator is going to be 2025. I don't know what month, but it was just a couple of weeks ago. I saw a video and they said 2025 for the next release. I think that's because Giants wants to get back on the odd number, you know, because they had, I don't know, what was the first year they released Farming Simulator, like 2007? But it was like 7, 9, you know, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, and then it skipped a year because of COVID and went to 22, and I think they're wanting to get back on the odd number, so they're pushing it to 25. That's just my thought on it. But I heard it was going to be 2025. That's actually why I decided to go ahead and start live streaming. I was going to wait because I thought there would be a Farming Simulator 24. But then I found out that, you know, the report I saw said 2025. So I thought, well, I'll just go ahead and start then. And I think it'll be interesting to see the graphics. I mean, I'm not sure how they can improve on the graphics, so I think they can really only improve on the mechanics. Because I don't know what you think about this, Paul, but I was thinking, you know, I would like to see the street signs like linked to traffic, because you can turn traffic on and off, and I play with traffic turned off, and I would like to see the street signs you know, turned off as well, or removed. If you turn off traffic, then you don't need street signs, because street signs just get in the way. My helpers knock them down, I knock them down. So I would like to see them toggled with the traffic. If you turn traffic on, you get street signs. If you turn traffic off, the street signs are gone. That's just my thoughts. Of course, I don't really think Giants is going to listen to me. Oh, we're getting close to being done. And we may still have that $900,000, but $400,000 of that belongs to the bank. But I will go ahead and pay that off. Actually, I'll do that at the end of this episode, just so now everything, all the money we have will be free and clear. Well, I say we're getting close to done, and in the overall scheme of things, yeah, he's getting close to being done. Still got a little ways to go yet. So I do think there's a real possibility. Well, I'm pretty sure that this live stream is going to hit 6 hours. But thankfully, I'm not too tired yet. I'm starting to get tired, but I'm not too tired yet. When I start getting like really tired, I start running out of things to talk about. There's only so much you can talk about. And to do a 6-hour live stream with commentary, wow, that's a lot. But I try to keep it moving, guys. Oh, I did not know that. I haven't really bought any of the DLCs. I bought like the Platinum Edition when I bought it. I think it was Platinum. I think that's what it was called. I can't remember. I have to look, but I think I bought the Platinum Edition because it came with a couple of DLCs, 2 or 3, and you know, a few benefits for buying the upgraded thing. But I haven't bought anything after that. Any aftermarket stuff I have not bought. I have some mods that I installed and stuff. Not a lot. Well, I have quite a few, but compared to how many there are, I don't have that many. And I'm not using a lot. I actually have everything I need already for this map, for playing on this map. But have you ever played on Elm Creek? Have you played on that map, Elm Creek? Oh, okay. I did not know that. Yeah, I always hit street signs because I can't see them, so I hit them, and the helpers hit them all the time, and I didn't think they would, but they did. They've knocked down a bunch of signs on this map. This is Calmlands. I don't know if you've played on this one before. Have you played on Elm Creek? I like that map too, Elm Creek. And No Man's Land. Now, Paul, I noticed that when I come over on your channel, and I'm in your chat, and I type in the chat, that it actually converts it to speech. So can you hear that on your end? You can hear it? Now, after we get this section up here finished, we got to go down to the bottom section and finish that little bit up there. And I did this whole, did I have a headland row? No, not as far as the planter is concerned. I did with the harvester. I harvested a headland row all the way around it. But not with the other stuff. I did not for the cultivator or the planter. Now, when we get this field done, before we end the episode, we're going to go pay off our loan. We still owe $400,000. We're going to pay that off. And then everything we see in the bank. Okay, that's that's actually one of my favorite maps that I've played so far because it has all the production lines. And all you have to do is buy them. Because I was going to try to do some production lines on this map, but I'm not really good with the landscaping tools. So every time I put a building down, it changes the terraforming of the map itself. So I decided I do not want to do that on here. I want to play on Elm Creek again. And I played on Elm Creek on my PS4. And I don't have that data on my PS5, so I'll have to start over again. But yeah, that's one of my favorite maps that I've played on so far. But, well, I've only played on Elm Creek, Calmlands, No Man's Land, and then I have another one that was a forestry map, and I just barely got like a little homestead on it. Haven't really done much on it. I haven't learned how to use the forestry equipment and stuff, but I may try to figure some stuff out with that at some point in time too, but I'm still like trying to get the farming itself down. I'm not sure how many like different maps I want to be having going at the same time, trying to live stream different maps. I thought about maybe doing like this one and Elm Creek. But maybe just live streaming on one map is enough. Maybe I should play on this map until I meet my goal and then move on to another map. Which right now my goal on this map is to fill my silos with 100 million liters of grain, which will take a long time, but so I don't know if I want to split my time between two different maps and have two different objectives, two different goals and stuff. Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. All right, we're just about finished with this side. We got to drop down to the lower end there, finish that off. And wow, that will be this one field done, and it will have been right at 6 hours. Well, maybe a little less than 6 hours. Maybe 5 hours and 45. Well, it's going to be close to 6 hours by the time it's done. Now, he says he's done, but he's not done. He thinks he's done. And we're going to take him down here and show him what else he still has to do. Aha. Well, not that much, quite frankly. So it may not be 6 hours. It's going to be, I don't know, 5 hours, 45 minutes, something like that, close to it. It'll be the longest live stream I've done so far. All right, a couple more passes. What do we got? 2 more, maybe 3. Are you still here, Paul? Okay. I just want you to know, man, I really do appreciate the support. I mean, that means a lot to, like, us newcomers like me. Yeah, I really mean that sincerely, Paul. I appreciate it a lot. It's encouraging for me. All right, that field is finally finished. We can fold that up. We are done. So we'll just return this back up here, repair it, fill it up with gas, and be done with it. So I'm going to take a big chunk of our money and pay off our loan, and then everything that we see in the bank will be ours. We'll have that loan taken care of. Won't have to give none back no more after this. One thing I need to do is change this right there, because I'm going to be using it on corn next time, and I'll forget to change it. Repair, repair, repair. Good deal. All right. So now I'm going to go over and I'm going to pay off a loan. I think we do that right here. Yeah, repay loan. I'm paying off $400,000 is what I owe. And we're going to pay off all of it. And now I will not owe anything else to the bank. We still have $500,000. Bam, there it is. All right, we're going to save it. Yeah, we still have $500,000. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up for this one. Paul, I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up, hanging out. But that's going to bring this episode to a close, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me. And we'll see you in the next one. Until then, guys, God bless. Thank you, Paul. You too, buddy. See you on your next live stream, man.